mobility, and we were working on contract positions and duty reassigned. So it is disproportionate, and we have to change our game. In terms of the Bosasa matters, we do have Bosasa matters that are in court, and there are other matters that are under investigation. And in fact, there were 5 new matters that were authorized by the ID as well. So we have quite a few matters that are under investigation and matters that are in court. Patrick Gillingham, Lyndam T., Vincent Smith, Agritzi. We had the matter for the late Medudu Mieni. With her passing, Mr. Matendwa is still on trial, and the trial commenced this week. And that matter continues. And then there are other investigations that continue. None of the Bosasa matters that were mentioned at the commission have been closed, if that might be a concern.
It becomes worrisome that, there could be, and I like what you said, that, you want to act with evidence and only with evidence and overwhelming evidence so that you don't make mistakes and mess up these cases. But there are so high-profile people who are mentioned in Bosasa. One of them is the national chairperson of the ANC, who's a minister, Gwedemantashi. The other one is Nomvula Mkwenyane, who ate chickens every December, but Agrizi said he was sending chicken every month that's supposed to go to prisoners. Is going to Nomvula. And will such people not be people of interest? Because our inability to defeat corruption is that the high-profile individuals with money don't get to be prosecuted. And these things came out public. We were all there and all of that.
So, Honorable Malema, I take the point. However, those investigations continue. What did hamper us is the evidence we sought. We had to get, the only other person who could give us that evidence was Angelo Agritzi, who was also an accused. Angelo Agritzi has, in the past month, now deposed to Section 204 affidavits on various individual matters that we did not have previously. We must now move with those matters. And they are among the matters
I'll tell you where I come from, Advocate. Khumalo gets arrested for labor-related matter. And then there are these people who have been eating chickens and eating food of prisoners and blessed with Austin Martins and all of that. A person is accused of irregular appointment, and that becomes a big issue when we've got this other. So when this is presented before us, it looks like there are others who are treated differently and others are treated differently. But I'm happy that you are saying we are coming close to making more arrests with the 204 we got from Enagris. So my question will be, I'm moving from that one. When does it become an irregular appointment? And when does it become crime? Because there are so many people who got appointed, and there were reports that said, look, man, the due processes were not being followed, and we don't think this appointment was correct. And there are many institutions that deals with that if you are not satisfied with a certain process of appointment. And now we get a situation where one of the crime-fighting leaders in institutions like crime intelligence gets to be arrested with the other colleagues for appointment. I'm not saying it's big or small. There's no big corruption, there's no small corruption. Once it's characterized as corruption, it's big and deserving of the necessary attention. But on this labor process, irregular and crime, when does one become the other? Because if we're to follow what you did, we're going to lock up a lot of people who interfere with appointment of people. I'll tell you, for instance, now, in Johannesburg municipality, a CM was supposed to be appointed. He passes an interview. No, he first gets it shortlisted. He passes an interview. He passes the test that they go through after the interview, competency, whatever test. And political leaders who are outside government go and sit down and say, no, don't appoint this person. So we are subjected to those kind of things that politicians and other people can just do as they wish, but they never get arrested. Here is an arrest on a person that made a wrong appointment and didn't follow procedure or anything of that sort. When does it become irregular? When does it become a crime?
So, Honourable Member, we looked at the institution, the position of the accused, and the influence they had in order to circumvent and manipulate the processes. It was different because this is an environment that is charged with upholding, which is part of law enforcement. And there was an active gratification to a person who should never have gotten the job, and they manipulated the processes as we've set out on pages 7 to 9 of the charge sheet. I agree with you that what is happening where it happens in the municipalities should not happen. I did also indicate that part of IDAC's mandate is looking at issues of dishonesty and issues of the municipal MFA or MFA. If those matters are referred, and these are positions that compromise a government and how a government runs, then we are fully within our mandate to look at it. None of those matters have come to the fore, but there's no distinction. One shouldn't be allowed in those processes as they are, because an appointment of the incorrect person, even in the municipality, robs South Africans of service delivery. That in itself is a huge impact that we can't afford. So those matters should be escalated. And if those matters are being dealt with by the Auditor General, I think that is where there's a gap. We have had this conversation, Honourable Malema, I know you don't want long answers, but we had this conversation with the Auditor General to say, we have to find a way where you make certain findings, especially those irregularities and wasted and unauthorized expenditure, non-service delivery because of the misuse of funds in municipalities. We must find a way for those matters to be referred. So we have had that engagement, but we haven't had any of those matters referred because the Auditor General can.
Thank you very much. Advocate, and we asked former Minister Cele this question, and he was happy to answer it. And the same thing with the Minister Kunus on special leave. When you went through Matlala's phones, did you find that Bheki Cele called Matlala when Matlala was in prison, or did you call him after prison? Because he says when Matlala was in prison, he didn't call him. And then when Matlala was outside prison, now that he knew the kind of character he was, he has never had any form of communication with him.
I myself have not looked at those communications, and those are still part of the investigation. But those were part of the allegations we became aware of, that there were communications by politicians and senior members of the South African Police Services. The ex-minister's name was mentioned, as was the name of Lieutenant General Sabia, as well as other police officials on the platforms that they have. And because they have come out in the commissions, we are looking at them, yes.
But what if he's part of those things? Okay, just for record's sake, are you confirming that Matlala's phone's records were tampered with when they were handed over to IDAC?
There were communications that were deleted, yes. But what will happen, Honourable Malema, it goes to the question that Honourable Klopper asked. When did those gaps, those deletions take place? And if they happened at material times when allegations are being made that Mr. X would have started communicating, one is able to draw those inferences and take the investigation in a different way.
Mr. Matlala's issue, when it was referred to you, who referred it?
It was referred to us by a general in the risk audit section of the South African Police.
Or not commissioner?
Not the
Not
commissioner.
the national commissioner?
Not the national commissioner.
Now, what I want to understand is when a matter is reported to you, is referred to you, where do you come in as a head? Does it come to you and then you choose investigators, or how does it work?
So when the matters, when matters are referred, they get sent to the head of investigations, Ndata Matthew Sosoko, and he, together with the two chiefs, Chief Lusanda Boy and Chief Dylan Perumal, would assess the matter. They put an application together. If they are of a view it falls within the mandate, I get to then consider an application. If they're not sure, what they will do is indicate that there is a Section 27 referral. However, there's a bit of uncertainty on an aspect or two, and for those reasons, they're not sure if it falls within the mandate. We might have a discussion, but it has been very, I can't even remember off the top of my head how many of those would have happened.
So when General Mkhwanazi says there is a person in your office who's feeding him with information, will that person not be acting in a rogue manner? Because in terms of line of reporting and duty, there's no any other channel that says there could be a person in your office who reports to provincial commissioner.
You are correct.
Say,
You are correct.
now, when a person reports, like he said, someone from your office reports to him, and he knows, that's how he knows these things, will that person not acting in a rogue manner?
Correct, they are.
Meaning there is a rogue in your office?
If that is how you frame it, yes.
Because General Mkhwanazi said there were rogues in your office, and here is a rogue that takes you information in your office and gives to General Mkhwanazi. With that being said by General Mkhwanazi about that kind of a rogue element in your office, what steps have you taken to, including amongst other things, solicit more detailed information and evidence as colleagues from General Mkhwanazi? Because it doesn't matter what happened. It doesn't matter what he said to you. You guys still owe this country a duty to protect it and serve it. So when you hear such things, why are you not reaching out to say, can you please give me these elements that you are saying exist in my office? Because here I'm fighting corruption and I'm not going to have people who are behaving in a corrupt manner in this office.
I agree with you, Honorable Malema. However, there were these processes that were taking place. And so I was waiting for that. I've got to deal with the ad hoc committee, deal with the Madlanga Commission. And like I said to you, there's no reason not to talk to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. I didn't want it to seem as though we were trying to cover ourselves. There's nothing to cover in IDEC. And I'm sure if he has that information, and I do contact him now that I'm done with the ad hoc committee, that he would share that information. And if he does, we will then be able to act.
Advocate, the issue of your husband should never put you in a difficult situation where you start doubting your capabilities and your capacity. Sitting here, for me, this is quality leadership coming from a black woman. You answer questions properly, you give us information, well articulate. There will be more challenges. They come inherently with being a female leader. We all have, issues that we might not have handled properly. It's part of growth. It's part of becoming more experienced and then dealing with matters differently going forward. And when you live here, this should never, I heard you saying I'm very angry, it must never be one of the issues that are going to distract you from fighting crime and fighting corruption. You came here, we shared that information with you. On a hindsight means I'm more clever now, and you should take it in that spirit and continue to fight. I thought Winnie Mandela died, but Winnie Mandela has multiplied. Thank you very much.
I receive. Thank you.
Home.
ya leboga mokgalaka tshipi ya bokgalaka gata ngwe ya pena Honorable Matthys, are you fine? A ke le shapela matsogo. Pangazita.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening.
Just one moment. Honorable Breitenbach.
Sorry, Chair, I have never made use of this before. May I have a follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. Advocates, you are aware of the plea bargain that was entered into today, I'm sure, with Angelo Agrizzi, where he walks away with a wholly suspended sentence of 30 years for corruption and money laundering in the Bosasa scandal.
In terms of what we can prove, Honorable Breitenbach, we could only prove the gratifications to him of 2.7 million rands. There is no other evidence. He pleaded guilty to 3 counts of corruption, 1 count of money laundering, a total of 40 years imprisonment, as well as paying back that which he was gratified to the asset forfeiture unit. In return, he gives us something we did not have, which is an answer I gave to the Honorable Malema. There was evidence we did not have. If we didn't get his 204s, I can tell you unequivocally so, it may not be a popular answer, but we would not be able to move on some of those matters that the Honorable Malema mentioned. It is unfortunate, but sometimes this is what you do for the greater good, or else some will walk, and the perception that some are more equal than others would just have become real. It is that.
Advocate Johnson, you don't have to tell me about how you do 204s and how you do guilty pleas. I was doing them when you were in nappies.
Probably before I was born.
Yeah. So what I want to know is this: what happened to the assets that were secured in Italy? Have they been forfeited now?
Honorable Breitenbach, what asset forfeiture sought to do, because in terms of the criminal matter, we can only deal with the 2.7 million. They are asking the court to conduct an inquiry, which would be a civil inquiry, so that those assets are then not lost, because they still have that right of recourse. And given what remains in the Zondo report, they have a balance of probabilities which they can use. And that inquiry would have been commencing today. They were to ask the court for that.
Okay, so nobody else here will understand this, but you and I will. You remember Agliotti?
Correct.
Charlie.
Thank you, Chair. My follow-up question on that, would be the way you explain the issue of Angelo agrees. It's a painful one. He tells you that money is everything. We are sitting here with, I didn't want to mention those things because we are receiving so many things who are complainant. There's somebody who's 70, almost 70 years, who's in prison. She's in prison as we speak with you here. They've complained to us, and he paid back the money like, you said 2.7, the amount which was involved with this one. He paid back the money, I think 100,000 or whatever money he was. But she's still in prison. Sentence. Whether she's got money, I don't know. But I'm just saying to you that if the law applies differently, and it's about color, then it means this so-called reconciliation, as we always say, is Mickey Mouse. Now, we've been following this case, I'm shocked as well. Like Honorable Malema was talking about others, that some are in the cabinet, as we speak here. But that's a debate for another day. I'm just saying what you just said now. What about these other families? How must they feel? How should they feel?
So if I deal with the Agrizzi matter, Agrizzi doesn't have anything. He's currently very ill. In fact, even this guilty plea was done virtually. If we proceeded with the trial, that case, the trial in which he's an accused, it wouldn't have taken less than 10 years. He's unable to be in court for more than 2 hours of any day. That would in itself have defeated justice. We would not have gotten there. But we also had to look at how do we deal with the other Bosasa matters that we are unable to deal with. There were a lot of extenuating circumstances, Honourable Member, that were considered. In the other matter, the accused pleaded not guilty. The accused went through a trial and the court imposed a sentence. It's not a sentence that the two parties agreed to and the state sought to prejudice. There was a court that adjudicated, and the court could have given that accused a lesser sentence if it felt that there were circumstances that justified it. It's a court finding.
No, thank you, Chair. I don't want to waste your time. I'm saying I will mention another one here in Cape Town and in Mpumalanga, but I don't want to waste your time on that. But I'm just saying the public perception out there. You can imagine how other, even if, I mean, she's not the only one who's sick. She's not the only one who's sick. I mean, people go to a doctor, they'll give you a certificate, to say you are sick. But I'm just saying to you, you must just, the integrity of that of your institution has to upheld at all costs. But if issues like this one, like this Bosasa issue, was a very serious issue, and in fact the investigation is taking too much long. I mean, other cases we are told from 2002 are still being investigated, which is a shame. But thank you, Advocate.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I take note.
Pangazito.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good evening, Advocate.
Good evening, Andrea.
From page 15 of your statement, point 40, and I want to quote, you note, and I quote, you say, when one looks at all the cases referred to the IDEC by Mr. Adams, they depict the capture of systems and processes for private interest by the head of CI, or crime intelligence, and other senior managers. And then you say, I can expand more on this when I appear before the committee, unquote. In your statement, you assert that the cases referred to the IDEC by Mr. Adams, and I quote, depict the capture of systems and processes for private interest by the head of criminal intelligence and other senior managers. Could you please clarify what specific systems and processes you are actually referring to here?
Remember, my apologies, I didn't hear which paragraph you referred me to. 1.5. Of my statement. You mean page 1.5? Sorry, I thought you said paragraph 1.5. My apologies. So the systems we talk of, Honourable Member, are the recruitment processes as well as the vetting processes. So in the manner in which they deliberated about the candidates, the manner in which they sought to appoint a specific candidate, and evidence which will be led about things they did leading up to the interview will show that they manipulated the recruitment process as well as the vetting process. That is part of the evidence that we will lead.
And furthermore, when you speak of, and I quote, capture for private interest, unquote, are you referring to financial gain, manipulation of investigations, or influence over personal and procurement decisions within the Crime Intelligence Division?
It is the third one.
You also indicated that you can, and quote unquote, expand more on this matter before the committee. Could you provide specific examples or case references that illustrate how these systems were captured or manipulated?
Honourable Member, when I said I would expand more, it was in reference to the charge sheet that was attached and those parts that I referred to that I can talk about. The rest of it I'm unable to expand on. That's the expansion I was making. And only because, Honourable Member, those matters are in court and sub judice, and the rights of the accused would also be prejudiced, as would the interests of justice, if I delve into the exact issues. But I think they are expanded on quite clearly in page 7 to 9 of the charge sheet.
So, from your experience and the evidence before you, was this capture systemic and coordinated, or did it occur through isolated incidents of misconduct by individuals in senior management?
Because we are dealing with more than one matter, it is systemic and almost invariably by a similar grouping within a similar work environment, seeking to manipulate the very same systems and processes and then some.
Can you share with us, because some other people believe that the process that Lieutenant General Kumalo was involved in was purely an HR process, which is actually followed in any work environment, presiding over, an interview and constituting a panel and so on. Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, when he was here, he told us that, but that individual was not employed, was not appointed by that particular panel. The panel made a recommendation to another body, which actually ultimately decided to appoint.
I'm not
Are
sure
you aware of that?
I'm not sure what General Mkwanazi is talking about, but that is the panel that interviewed Mayor Mokwele, who was then appointed as a brigadier based on their recommendations. I guess if they work as we do, we would make recommendations in IDEC for yourself to be appointed in a specific position. That must still go to the Office of the National Director as well as the Minister, depending on the ranking of the person to be appointed. If that is what he's talking about, I understand it, but that appointment cannot be made if the recommendation did not come from the panel that conducted the interview. That's how I understand the process, Honourable Member.
But are you aware of a certain general who actually left the police service and was employed somewhere in Johannesburg? And he got re-employed into the police service. And on the day of his appointment, he was actually not only reappointed, but promoted to be a lieutenant general. And on the very same day, he was also appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner without going through any kind of competency test. By the way, he had failed the competency test elsewhere.
So you are talking about Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibia, because I think it is as obvious as today is,
Well, I don't know
as is Thursday. And I have to say respectfully so, I'm not privy to what happened there, but if what the Honourable Member is saying is correct, then one would have had to look at the irregularity of that appointment, how that appointment came about, and what systems and processes were bypassed in order to favour the individual. Because from the account that you give, Honourable Member, it would seem that he was favoured for the post.
If I look at the movement and the communication between IDEC and the echelons of the police regarding the dockets, to me, what comes out very, glaringly is lack of trust is it normal procedure for IDEC that each time you want dockets, you should subpoena them, not actually take a telephone, take a call, make a call to the national commissioner or to the relevant general, look, I need those files, can they be delivered tomorrow? I'm saying this because the national commissioner was subpoenaed and he had to physically deliver the files. What does that say to?
On a point of correction, the dockets, I wrote to the divisional commissioner in charge of detectives to get those dockets. We must be able to show that we followed process, which is exactly what Lieutenant General Jacobs of the Inspectorate says in one of the documents of MK15, the annexure that was handed by the evidence leader to myself as a witness. However, Honourable Member, I indicated when it came to documents that were sought, we have to secure chain of custody. When we want to use documents for court and they are not in the possession of the person that we need them from, it is best to subpoena that person. But I did indicate, I called the commissioner to indicate what we were going to do and to indicate why and who is it that we should be serving the subpoena on. So there was an agreed to process. There was a gentleman's handshake that happened prior to the actual submission of the subpoena, Honourable Member.
So, still on those dockets, do you agree that the Honourable Mr. Adams actually misled you by saying that the dockets were missing, when in fact they were being processed?
If they are exactly those dockets that we received, you are correct.
Last question, Chair, has to do with an observation that I actually have made, through the engagement with the advocate. There is an honourable member who also alluded to the fact that there is a glaring lack of coordination in our criminal justice system, because it would appear the left does not know what the right is doing. You know, if you look at the issue of, for instance, the missing files, you know, the whole world knows now that there were no missing files, because they were there and they were in safe custody of a lieutenant general. And when you wanted them, you got them. And that the files were actually being processed. And here is the note which was written to the National Commissioner. So if you had picked up the phone and talked to the National Commissioner without a subpoena, he would have told you that no, the files are being processed, and not allow yourself to be hoodwinked and actually be deceived by a person whose motives are not known.
Honourable Member, we did not subpoena the National Police Commissioner. The dockets that are being referred to, we were informed that the dockets, we must check with General Sentumule. She's the head of detection. Detectives keep dockets. So what I did is I wrote to her. We did not subpoena her. And General Sentumule then, through whatever processes, facilitated that those dockets come to IDEC. There was nothing untoward in that conduct, and we were able to procure the dockets. I've said, and I want to please repeat, what the ID and IDEC would have appreciated, given that I, for the first time today, have insight into the contents of MK15, I would have expected that the moment that letter went to the police, they should have informed IDEC, we have these dockets because we have a complaint, there is a process we are going through, please take a chair and sit down. That was not communicated, Honourable Member. So IDEC was unaware of that process. And where you make the point, there should have been communication, but it should have come from the police who were sitting with these dockets on an alleged complaint that nothing was being done. We were not aware of that.
And probably they did not know that the matter had been referred to you, because Honorable Adams actually walked in Orlando Police Station and actually opened a charge. He walked here. He walked into the police station here and opened the charge. And then they were doing a normal course of processing the files, not knowing that the files actually had been referred to another unit elsewhere. So how could they have known that you actually needed the files?
The moment IDEC wrote the letter, that should have activated their knowledge, and it is there that I am saying they should have indicated to the ID that they are vested with this matter. They must be given an opportunity to conduct whatever exercise they need to conduct. When they were done, they would inform us of what the outcome is, and if IDEC still required those dockets, what the process was to follow. That is what I'm saying. They became aware through the letter at a very early stage. It was upon them to indicate we need time to do this process.
And another example of lack of communication and coordination has to do with the issue of cell phones that we've actually been talking about here. Cell phones were actually taken by another legitimate unit that was doing its own job. And if you had known that those cell phones were actually also in the possession of that particular unit, you could perhaps have approached the matter differently.
Unfortunately, Honourable Member, when it comes to electronic devices, law enforcement is bound by the Cyber Crimes Act. So even if we had called the counter surveillance unit of the PKTT because we knew they were dealing with it, even to access it, we have to get an access warrant from a judge. So even if we called them, it would have served no purpose. You still have to get a warrant, and it is in terms of the Cyber Crimes Act. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
When the former Minister of Police was here, he told us that he knew your husband, he worked with him, and he knows that there is no love lost between your husband and Lieutenant General Khumalo. And he was not surprised that IDEC should actually do what you have actually done to Lieutenant General Khumalo.
He is wrong on the charges, and I cannot comment on who likes who and how they work. I'm not in that environment. I also don't know how the ex-minister became privy to that information. It's not for me to comment. But the case that we dealt with is a legitimate corruption matter which we dealt with.
My last take is that, well, I don't know. The matter is still going to go before court. But reading from what is actually said here on the charges, there could be a lot of speculative evidence here. Because if you are going to say Lieutenant General Khumalo did what he did because he wanted to employ X in order to have some kind of personal gain from the slush fund, whatever. But that is speculative. What evidence do you have? Because that has not happened.
We have witnesses who will testify in court, Honourable Member.
Members, I'm going to dissuade you from discussing the charges. There should be a competent authority which will decide if the charges stand or not.
No, thank you, Honourable Chair. In fact, I was touching on the charges because they were presented to us, and the fact that, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi was very emphatic in that IDEC is...
What I'm saying, Honourable Mngango, I don't have a problem with you making your observation, but if you want to pass a judgment on the charges, we will be overreaching as Parliament, and let's observe the independence of other institutions.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. No, I take your advice.
Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you, Chair. I think Honorable Mwango is finished, so I wanted to double check before I follow up.
I'm done, Honorable Chairperson.
Are you done?
Yes, I am.
Did I intimidate you?
Well, the remainder of my time is actually donated to the Honorable James.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, before we... Honorable Sols, I want to bring you in before we break. Are you good to go?
Would it be Honorable James first? And
Okay,
then-
let me take Honorable James and then you will come back after break.
Okay. Okay.
But before that, let me take Honorable Sangwen. Let me check, is it Honorable Sangwen alone who wants to speak so that we recognize hands and we close the list? Going, gone, Honorable Sangweni, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Advocate Johnson, Honorable Mwango was asking you about this duplication. And I was just reminded that there was a letter that was sent to SAPS to request the dockets. Who would have signed that letter?
Sorry, Honorable Sangwani. I wrote to the Divisional Commissioner Detectives to request those dockets.
So then this letter, there were 3 iterations of it. So it was sent and then sent, but not, because then the guy had to come back the next day and then he still wrote it to the wrong person. The guys at Inspectorate were refusing to give over the dockets. Then the letter was changed the 3rd time.
No, it was one letter that was taken to different places on different days. But the letter itself was addressed by myself to the Lieutenant General Sentumole.
Sorry, Chair, and maybe I must leave this point until I question and find the exact reference. But the final letter, which made the gentleman at Inspectorate Jacobs, I think his name is, give over the documents, I think at some point the addressee was changed to the divisional head of the Inspectorate.
I did not write to the head of the Inspectorate. How I read MK15 is after my letter to Lieutenant General Sentumole, she engaged the Inspectorate. I read from the documents, her then, General Jacobs then saying to her, is it your instruction that I give this over? And I'm taking it that that is the communication then that was given to the Inspectorate, but it would have come from herself. I only wrote one letter, Honourable Member.
Okay, I suppose where I was going with that, Advocate Johnson, is that you are extremely, extremely experienced. You know the system in and out. And by the time this matter gets to the Inspectorate, then you obviously know that SAPS is dealing with it, and you know the mandate of the Inspectorate. So it can't be that IDEC didn't know that SAPS is handling the matter.
And this is your last follow-up question.
I did indicate earlier, Honourable Member, we were not made aware that there were complaints made with the Inspectorate. Hence, I wrote to the head of detectives, the custodian of dockets, asking for the docket. And I say again, she should have alerted me that the Inspectorate had a formal complaint and they should have been allowed, absolutely, to have to deal with it.
Thank you so much, Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Wangathi ngakhuluma nami njengo Honorable Shongwe ngoba ngiyabona uyasikhuluma kamnandi.
Othi sizame ungakhuluma amagama enkulu.
Yeah, mina ngikhuluma isiNdebele.
I know, then we do English.
No, I just wanted to say that on the high side, I'm sorry to take you back a bit. Did your husband declare when you were sitting in that interviewing panel before you recuse yourself on the face that you are the wife?
It was common knowledge.
Aye.
I'm
let me rephrase this again. ubaba wakakho wabatshela ukuthi ungunkosikazi wabo ngisho ukuthi ukukhuluma ukudeclare ngithi siyadeclare sometimes njengala eParliament we declare lapho kuleyo nto waye wachaza ukuthi phela mina la kunonkosikazi wami besides the common knowledge.
Before ubaba wangena sengiphumile. Mar i-conflict of interest wonke umuntu kumele agcwalise iform. Angikwazi ukuphika ukuthi azange abatshene ukuthi ngumfazi wakhe.
Honorable member, I exercised my benevolence, and you must be very grateful to me because the question you ask is not a follow-up; it's opportunistic. Yeah, when we make a follow-up, we make follow-up on the line of questioning led by Honorable Mwango. You don't throw a javelin and then you come back later after 2 hours and say, it is still hanging there, I'm running this direction, I will meet it there.
Ngiyabonga mgcini isihlalo. Kodwa ngithi uma ufuna ukuthi ucaciselwe kahle if you want to get it right, because I don't want us when we live here and then umunye umuntu abe confused. Njengoba iphendule kamnandi ngiyabonga.
No, what I wanted you to say is that I'm very grateful, Chair, to your benevolence.
Ngiyabonga.
Or Mukhaduba. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Advocate Johnson, would you agree with me that the element of risk exists in all spaces in society, even in churches?
They do.
They do. I see that you were quite taken aback by the use of the word rogue elements by General Kwanazi. Is that true?
That is true in the IDAC context.
In the IDAC context. Let me ask you this. In 2014, Hawks arrested a top cop, now employed in IDAC for, I think it was alleged bribery. Are you familiar with this? Are you aware?
If you can give me the name that you refer to, Honorable James.
Okay, I'm going to carry on. 3 months ago, an article surfaced that IDAC appointed a wanted suspect for fraud. This is the same member.
No, that is not correct.
All right. Are you aware, do you know the member Sanil? Sanil Bello?
Are you talking of Sunil Belochan?
That's right.
That is correct.
Is he employed by IDAC?
He is employed by IDAC. He has not been convicted or arrested on any matter that we are aware of. I know that there were allegations that were made against him, but there were no findings made against him. He's not been charged, nor has he been...
But there's currently a case. You said that there were no rogue elements within this organization. Here you have a member that you've appointed. There was a case, there was a red flag from 2014, again in 2024. You said there's no rogue elements. I think that's the point that I want to prove. Whether he's been found guilty or not, there's a pending case against him, registered in 2024. Am I correct?
Honourable Member, if you say so, I haven't seen.
What
So when
vetting
the
system do
member-
you have in place?
So he is being vetted, and when the matter was raised that there is allegations against him, we considered, wasn't part of the interview process, but as head of office, we were made aware that there were allegations against him. Those investigations have not come to anything. And just to be clear, that doesn't make it a rogue element, where I do agree that there might be
So,
an
ma'am,
issue
you just
is-
said earlier on that matters pertaining...
Honorable James,
Yes, Chair.
I have allocated your time and I want to respectfully request you not to breathe heavily on the neck of the witness. You have your time, just go slow on the witness.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll try my best. I can't promise.
And if I could be allowed to finish, Honourable James, I took exception to him saying that there were rogue elements. If the Honourable James remembers what the Honourable Malema said, I indicated in the manner in which he put it, I could not dispute that. If you talk of Mr. Belochan, if there are criminal allegations, those must be investigated. That is not a rogue element. that is completely different from how I understand the rogue element to be. The rogue element is someone, as described by the Honorable Malema, who might be compromised in terms of giving information about cases and details of cases to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi or anybody else. That is the rogue, as I understood.
Here we are unpacking another word now, the meaning of rogue elements. In my mind, rogue elements means anyone that's possibly linked to any form of corruption or that has any case. IDAC has a newly established body basically to root out corruption. And here you have a member within IDAC that has an active case, and you are justifying his appointment.
I'm not justifying his appointment, Honourable
But
Member.
can we agree that you have a member employed in IDAC that has 2 cases and the one hasn't been finalized? That IDAC is compromised?
You refer to the cases, Honourable James. I'm saying to you that if there are cases, they will be investigated. That has not put the member at risk. In the way that you put it, I hear you. I hear what you are saying. I'm not disputing what you are saying. I'm saying that there have been no findings made against the person in question.
Okay.
However, given what you raise about how matters should perhaps be dealt with, what I do undertake to do is myself to ask about these investigations, the status of those investigations, because if, in the manner that you summarize it, it would have an impact on how it looks for IDAC and its integrity.
All right, I'm going to put it to you now. Does this not raise concern regarding transparency and accountability within IDAC? When the general public now hears that there's someone appointed within IDAC, does that not raise concerns?
It should.
Thank you. The case involving General Khumalo, you mentioned noise was made, right? You rightfully spoke about the seriousness of irregular appointments categorized as corruption. Do you agree that this extends far beyond a single incident within SAPS, within crime intelligence, irregular appointments?
That is correct, Honourable James.
Your husband works for crime intelligence, right?
That is correct.
Who does he report to?
At the moment, I don't know. I know there's an acting. There's a female that is acting. Sorry, her surname...
Does he not report to General Khan?
No, he does not.
He does not.
There is a female general, a female brigadier that is acting in the component. Her surname is Krishna Dutt.
I thought you said you don't discuss work.
I know who he reports to.
You know, okay.
Yes.
So
That's not discussing work.
You were saying that you are aware of the fact that this wasn't a single incident of irregular appointment.
I am aware, but I haven't had other evidence as we have had in this matter and or referrals as we have had in this matter.
Okay, so do you know General Feroz Khan?
Honourable Member, yes, I do.
Do you know anything about his appointment?
No, I'm not privy to his appointment, Honourable Member.
Do you know that he went from colonel to general without an appointment, without a post being advertised? Does that not also translate to corruption that you should be investigating?
If that was the case, yes, then it is an irregularity and it should be looked at. I'm not aware of the process. I am aware that he was a colonel and became a general only because in my time in the broader NPA, we were working with crime intelligence, and so you get to hear about people. But that was never an issue that was brought to the fore or raised, nor was it in the time of IDAC.
All right, so even if there's smoke, you won't respond to it. Are there no other ways of you detecting or getting involved in any cases other than a case actually or lead or someone actually reporting it to you? Because this is rife within SAPS. Irregular appointments, it's very, very rife. This is not a single matter, and you acted quite swiftly on this. Based on the fact that there's factions within crime intelligence, here you have there's 2 factions, right? Here you have this one general that you have pursued swiftly, well done, and you have someone else that you haven't done anything about. You're aware of his appointment, but you haven't done anything about it.
On a point of correction, Honourable James, I said I was aware that at a stage, General Khan was a colonel and through the course of our work, heard that he had become a general. I am not aware of what process was followed or not followed. And at the time, I was not in IDEC.
Okay, now that it has been brought to your attention, will you be investigating it? His
Can someone
appointment?
kindly send us a Section 27 referral? That is our intake mechanism. It's not something I can run away from. It does not mean that we are running away from accountability. So if there's a Section 27 referral and there's something to be investigated, it most certainly will be investigated.
You also mentioned earlier on that you received threats. I think this was shortly after General Khumalo's arrest. Did you report this? Did you hand in your phone? Did you get to the bottom of these threats?
The threats came well before the arrest of General Khumalo. The matter was escalated, yes, to the Risk and Security Division of the NPA. The message was forwarded to them. It was just one WhatsApp that I received on my phone. I don't use, so whilst I have 2 cell phones, the NPA is not responsible for my phones. I don't claim anything from the NPA. I have my 2 phones on my contract, although I do use them for official purposes. The message was escalated. It was shared with Risk and Security. They then took steps to ensure that, that I was taken care of in terms of various safety provisions.
All right,
I could not, what we did do as IDEC, we first wanted to see if we can find out the holder of the number, and it is what is colloquially called a burner phone. It had no owner. So there was nothing to be able to report to the police, but I reported it internally to our Risk and Security. They also did due diligence, Honourable Member, and were unable to trace that number.
All right, were you not meant to actually hand in your phone so that it can be properly downloaded? To also verify the authenticity of that message. I know I had something similar, and even though they received the message and the number, it was important for them to actually take the phone in to also verify that I probably didn't send it to myself, the origination. So did that happen?
They did view my phone, and they also took a screen grab of the phone. It was just one message, and you could see the number from which it was sent, and that it was sent to me. It is time-stamped. It is a very specific message, and they had sight of the phone. There was no need to download it. They had sight of the phone and of the message. It was one message.
I just find that really strange that these processes vary, because as I know, your phone must be downloaded, it needs to be booked in, and the message, and it needs to be sort of cleared in that way. But anyway, if that's the way they did it on your phone, then that's fine. Are you familiar with the mandate of Gauteng counterintelligence? We spoke about it earlier on.
No.
Are you familiar with the mandate of PKTT?
Other than what I read, or know that they are called the Political Killings Task Team, which I thought was self-explanatory, I am not aware of the scope and ambit of the work that they have to do, Honourable Member.
Okay, earlier on you mentioned that PKTT was there when they handed over the phones, and you said that you are familiar with the fact that they are the Political Killings Task Team. And didn't that raise brows, the fact that you have that team handing over the gadgets?
There was no eyebrows to be raised, because it is the National Commissioner who facilitated the handing over of the phones. They were the custodian of the phones. For us, it didn't matter who had them. We wanted access to the phones so that we could download them as per our warrant.
But in this House, you realize that the contention is around PKTT. And it is very important that we get it right when we say that the team that was investigating, or the team that sort of confiscated these cell phones, was PKTT.
I understand, but IDEC had nothing to gainsay that they behaved in a way that they shouldn't have, except for when the phones did reach us. And I do not cast aspersions on them. The phones were on. We don't know who put them on. We downloaded the phones, and one found that there were items that were deleted from the phones. So at the time, yes, we got the phones from someone the National Commissioner says is from the PKTT, but that is as far as it went. There wasn't anything to cast aspersions about them. We questioned why the phones were on and why data was downloaded. I can't tell you that the PKTT
did you ever get a response for that question? Why the phones were on, why data was compromised? Did you ever investigate that further?
That is part of the investigation that we are conducting, yes. It forms part of the broader Matlala investigation into the corruption.
Can you also, Advocate, just tell me what is the current caseload being handled by IDAC? And this is just for my own purpose.
So at the moment, Honorable James, we have over 250 accused that are currently in court, that is individuals as well as entities. And we have 59 authorized investigations, and that is full investigations. And then there are investigations that are still coming on board. And we in a year cycle, look at how many of the matters that we can do. Now that we are in a permanent position and have been able to recruit, the turnaround is expected to be different from what it was.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Honorable Maliam.
Thanks, Chair. Advocate, when you received a message, you reported it to your own internal security department in the NPA.
That is correct, and I also then escalated it to the head of investigations in IDAC, given that I didn't know where it came from. So we also, through IDAC, in order for us to then open a case, issued a Section 28 to various cell phone providers, and no one had that number. It was not RICAD. So what do you do when you make a complaint? Who do they go in and investigate? So what had to happen is security measures had to be put in place to ensure that I was safe and that my family was safe. And that is what had happened.
The point I'm trying to make is that you and Honorable James can't report to the same institution. You reported to NPA Security. She went to the police. Probably they reported it to Crime Intelligence and went to take a phone to download it. The procedures won't be the same because you didn't report to the same institution.
Absolutely, and perhaps also, Honorable Malema, one message. You just had to look at the phone. You could see it was a WhatsApp that came in from an unknown number. When we went through my contacts together with risk and security, that's not someone on the contacts. In fact, Honorable Malema, in their presence, we even went into Truecaller, put in the number. It is not a number that is known. So where do you take it? But what you do is you act upon that message, because it's not something light when somebody tells you, get the body bags ready. It means you're going to be dead. That's the steps I had to take.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for the manner in which you have done your business. No, not triggers. For the manner in which you have done your business in the session we have just concluded. I'm going to allow you a break and also advise members of the staff of Parliament who might have parked their vehicles far to get them closer before night falls. When we come back, we will go into the last session, and by all indications, we are going to conclude our engagements with Advocate Johnson tonight. Can I see the speakers who are coming to speak after the break? If they can just raise their hands, and those who have decided not to speak any longer. No, your time has passed, Honorable Skosana. It's going to be Honorable Sangoni, we're going to start with Honorable Sols. And then we go to Honorable Sangoni, we go to Honorable Nomvalo. Honorable Breitenbach, can I see who will be speaking from the DA?
Thank you, Chair. We're done.
Yeah, so we only have 3 speakers. When we come back, the SC will indicate if he has 1 or 2 things to do, and then we'll be done. It's now 20 minutes after 19 hours. I'm giving you 40 minutes. We'll come back at 20 hours. Honorable Scott. Yeah, but every time, every time a window opens, I check who wants to speak. No, it's fine. There is no problem. When we come back, we will accord you the opportunity. Yeah. Members, we can now resume. Honorable Skosan, did you say you want to ask a follow-up question? Okay.
Honorable Chair, on a point of order, I just wanted to ask, there was an issue raised by...
Yeah.
There was an issue raised by Honorable James about 2 criminal matters pending against one
You can start
Mr.
by...
Belochan. I'd like to reply to those
Yeah, you
because
can
in the
start by
adjournment I did.
responding to that advocate, and then we take the follow-up of Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable James, on the 2 matters that were raised about Mr. Sunil Belochan, in the break I sought to clarify. In the one matter, the so-called torture matter, the witness put in a statement to indicate that he had been coerced into making a false allegation, so that investigation therefore went nowhere. And in a second matter, the 2014 case, Mr. Belochan filed a civil claim for an unlawful arrest. The High Court agreed and found in his favor, more so because a DPCI member who had opened the case admitted to the civil court judge that he had fabricated that case. So that case was also disposed of, just to indicate the status of those matters.
Honorable Skosan.
I just want to say thank you, Advocate. You've actually then alerted me to more cases against this member. Thank you.
We ask the honourable member then, as I've indicated, if anyone has any allegations of criminality or impropriety, please make sure that those are reported accordingly.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening once again, Advocate.
Evening.
The cases which now, I wanted to make a follow-up on that because we've got those cases. The 2014 which we are talking about, that case was, the outcome, the case was withdrawn.
From what I have, the 2014
Yes.
case
Yes,
was settled.
00112 2014 case withdrawn.
What?
Yes. East London. Is that the East London case, am I right? Now, in the same court, East London Court, case number 450/5. I can't see well here. You see, I don't know. There was a driving under the influence. He was found guilty. Yeah, I will. 436. I'll try to get it right here. I can't get it right here. It's blurry. Now, it was under the influence of alcohol.
Sorry, Honourable Member. Is
Yes.
it guilty of drunk driving?
Yes.
I take note.
And again, case 104/2005. Stroke 2005. Driving a vehicle recklessly, found guilty as well. In Duncan Village case. I think it's in the Eastern Cape as well.
Duncan Village.
Yes. They send them. You must come and work with us there, you'll see. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to...
I take note, Honourable Member, and I myself will then follow up on these matters.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience, Honourable Souls. Your time starts now.
Until how long do I have, Chair?
It's 30 minutes, Honourable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, good evening to you.
Evening, Honourable Member.
Let me begin by saying that, firstly, it is very refreshing and it's a proud moment to see a black Indian African holding your position and expressing so much bravery as a female, fighting against corruption. You know, it gives hope to people like Babita, the late Babita, who's no longer with us, Paul Malife, Pamela Mabini, Bover van Niekerk, and there are many others whom your efforts will assist in bringing closure. So for that, I'm thankful. In the same breath, I want to take time to express my utter disappointment in the fact that out of 128 staff members, there's only 3 colored Africans. It's disappointing. And you have 18 white Africans, 91 black Africans, and 16 Indian Africans. I'm very intentional about calling everybody Africans. But that's the posture of our country, and we're not surprised by that. I mean, earlier, Honorable Malema, when we made that statement, he made a comment justifying such. Honorable Breitenbach laughed in support. I didn't find it funny when it came to coloreds. And I didn't call on the chair to call him to order or for him to withdraw. Because in our country, we've realized no one is coming for us. We must rise up ourselves. So, colored South Africans will rise up for ourselves.
Honorable Souls, I see the hand of Honorable Matthys is up.
Chair, it's just on a point of order. Honorable Souls is bringing up something that was not done or said or anything on record. Nobody heard it. It was an inside joke, and I don't think it needs to come here and be made public. It was not said. Nobody said it out loud. And if he felt some type of way, he could have just dealt with that privately. It wasn't done during this committee and on mic. So he must withdraw. It's unnecessary. Did anybody hear it? It's not anywhere on transcript or anything.
And Chair, she's not denying that it was done. And I said that the reason why I didn't call for it to be withdrawn is because we're no longer begging and asking for such to be withdrawn.
Yeah, but Honorable Souls, you can't ask for something to be withdrawn if it's not on record. If you go to the transcript, it's not there. It wasn't said to the committee.
But it was said and I heard it.
Honorable Matthys,
Do not talk down on coloreds and think it will be okay. So I'm addressing it, Chair. I don't think I'm out of order. It was said even though it wasn't heard. Unless the Honourable Member can deny that it was said.
The matter which you speak in reference to, was it said off record?
It was said in the House. It was not said on the mic.
Yeah.
So I heard it, and I said that the reason why I'm not calling for it to be withdrawn is because we're no longer asking for withdrawal.
Yeah, no. Where I'm sitting, I'm powerless to adjudicate on a matter that is off record.
Chair, I'm not seeking your intervention. That's what I'm saying. And we are not seeking...
Yes, but what the honourable members is saying, she's correct because it has not been read into the record of the proceedings.
Chair, I was speaking through you to the witness, and I was addressing the employment equity. And in my statement to the witness, I mentioned that. I was not asking for
No,
intervention.
it's fine, honorable members. Let's get back to the business.
No,
of-
Chair, but there has to be a point of order because he's going to leave here and the whole of South Africa is going to have some type of version of something that was not said in this committee, that was just said in power. We joke around here all the time.
Don't joke
and
about
if you did
colours.
not like it, so what am I also?
So don't allow your leader to
There's
joke
nothing
about
to
us,
allow.
you and me.
But it wasn't like that. But at the point here is that you and I can have this discussion after. We are here in a committee, Honorable Souls. That thing was not said, and you bring in something where it shouldn't be. There's nowhere on transcript where you're going to hear that. So I'm just saying, use platforms properly. You always come here and you abuse platforms. Yesterday you were abusing this platform, dealing with issues that's dealt with on social media. Then you come and redeem yourself here, and we just let it go. Now you're doing the same thing on something that is said behind the scenes. Come and call me out after. There's no problem. We'll talk about it. Thank you.
But Chair, I didn't say anything on record. I'm sitting here with an undisputed colored. You could have heard that.
I am not going to call you to order. You should call your leader to order. May I continue, Chair?
Who else wants to speak? Raise your hands, those who want to speak. Yeah. Because look, if you want us to discuss a matter which is not on the records of these proceedings, anyone can as well bring any other matter. I think at that point, Honorable Souls, in all fairness, if there was something that you had, you could have brought it to the attention of the chair to say there is this remark that is being made, Chair, and I think it's uncomfortable with me. It's bringing discomfort on my part. Can I please raise it with you and then you rule over it? And unfortunately, you allowed it. And then at the time we give you chance to speak, you want to go back to it. And that's why I'm going to rule you out of order, because that matter is not in the record of our proceedings.
Chair, I'm going to use the opportunity to challenge your ruling, because I was not asking for your intervention. I was addressing the witness through you. I was dealing with a matter that I'm disappointed that there's 3 coloreds. Then, as I'm speaking to the witness, I addressed what I heard. And I was clear that I'm not seeking the intervention of this House or anybody. Because that's the reality of colored people in this country, but we're not begging no more. We will do it for ourselves. No one should withdraw.
Let me tell you what my approach is going to be. I am not going to be technical about the arguments. I want you and us take an approach that makes the proceedings to move forward. It's your time now. You can question the witness.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Advocate, I hope that my expressed disappointment is heard by yourself as it relates to the fact that there's only 3 colored Africans employed there.
I take note, Honourable Member. However, we have no control over who applies for positions, and it is our unfortunate reality that the majority of those who do apply are not of the coloured disposition, especially within the framework of criminal and financial investigators. And that is the reality that we were faced with, and that is the appointments that we have. I can't change the numbers. I do, however, understand your misgivings about the low numbers, but people have to apply, people have to qualify, people have to have the requisite relevant experience, and regardless of their color, they would then go through.
Although I don't want to belabor the point, but we need to do more to get the word out there. There are many that would qualify. And so I'm not going to belabor that point, but do more, advocate. General Mkonazi testified that the arrest of General Kumalo was an attempt to protect drug cartels. And when they looked at the dockets and realized that it had nothing to do with Gauteng, it was KZN, he then said it's for that reason that they now diverted an attack towards General Kumalo. And obviously because it was IDEC, he was referring to you. Is that true?
It's completely false, Honourable Member. What I do recall is that in media reports, which I indicated, we became aware of investigations into Mr. Matlala and Katitso Molefe. What I'm aware of is, as those reports say, they are charged for the following: attempted murders, conspiracy to commit murders. I'm not aware of any drug charges, and even if they were, they are of no interest to IDEC because those do not fall within our mandate, and having an interest serves no purpose. So we were not aware, and I can only go on what they were charged for. They're not charged, from what I recall, unless the media reported half a story. There are no drug charges that were brought against those two. I'm not saying that there's no evidence and no charges may be brought later, but at the stage at which IDEC conducted its investigations into the head of crime intelligence, that is not the reason why we conducted our investigation. We have no issue with Molefe or anyone else that deals in drugs. Those must be dealt with. It is an ugly reality.
General Kumalo is charged. The charge is fraud and corruption related to the irregular appointment. Can you unpack the impact of this practice, and how would this irregular appointment possibly assist in corruption? Because the reason why you're involved, it's not just an irregular appointment, it's the fact that it's related to fraud and corruption. So in practice, just explain to us practically, how would this appointment assist in corruption?
So, Chair, this appointment, and I have to back reference it to matters that arose out of the State Capture Commission. When you have people who are beholden to the person who has gratified them by virtue of an employment in a position they would not have gotten because of the lack of requisite skill and or knowledge and or expertise or qualifications, it makes that person be placed in a strategic position in which she was placed. Putting people in strategic positions, and especially where there's money to be made from procurement, where systemic processes can be bypassed, investigations can be run as they want to be run. The TSS is a very volatile environment in terms of what they can do, the kinds of equipment they sit with. And so the things that the Honorable Malema indicated that become a worry for a citizen are the kind of things that can happen when you put the wrong people in place. And that is the worry. The impact is not felt with that immediate appointment. It is as the time passes and the opportunity arises for those who put that person in that position of power that you see it. Some of the impact you can't reverse. We've seen that in terms of what had happened with state capture.
Furthermore, the charge is centered around alleged flouting of the vetting process. Explain to the nation the impact of this. Is it a mere administrative error or a fundamental breach of national security?
So it wasn't a mere flouting of process. Without going then into the actual evidence, what they sought to do in this process was get someone vetted, not on the system that we use. They actually tried to get her details onto an old system so that her lack of pedigree for a vetting could not be traced. In an environment that is crime intelligence, it is even more sensitive, I would say, than IDEC. All kinds of things can happen unchecked. And so vetting must be done. But this is not the only person. Hence, we have those other matters, Honourable Member, that were referred in terms of the Section 27 referral that are also being considered for the bypassing of vetting, where people failed the vetting, remain in their positions, and were brought into strategic positions within crime intelligence. It has a big impact.
So it is a fundamental breach of national security. It's not just a mere administrative error.
You are correct.
If you agree that because General Mkwanazi has someone in your office that is reporting to him information in your office, if you agree that it's indicative of rogue elements within the office, and General Mkwanazi is actively communicating with this person, asking for information, would you then say that General Mkwanazi is the initiator and active participator in the creation of these rogue elements?
Yeah, I'm being cautious with my answer only because I don't know who it is. It helps when you know who they're talking about, because then I know who we've worked with, who this person is, what this person had access to, what could they have given, allegedly given General Mkwanazi. But of course, the fact that he said, we did not say, General Mkwanazi under oath said he has sources in IDEC, it is a problem. It is a real problem. And I indicated it's not just about IDEC. As law enforcement, we shouldn't be seen to be wanting to have sources giving us information when at his level and mine, we should have been able to talk to one another about whatever it is he seeks to source from his source or sources. That is where we have that big shortcoming in terms of how law enforcement operates with one another. There should be trust. As ugly as my truth may be, I should have the comfort, as I do call the National Commissioner, for General Mkwanazi to have been able to call the investigating director. And last thing, Honourable Sauls, maybe he decided, well, I don't like the young lady, I'm not going to call. There is the National Director, there is also the Minister of Justice. And whatever it is he wanted, he could have escalated it there. He did not need to have sources or a source.
SEP's Legal Services, in the exhibit that we were provided with, SEP's Legal Services reviewed the 7 dockets, and they concluded that it was, open quote, scanty and too vague, close quote, to formulate charges. Did IDEC, when you took the 7 dockets, did you come to the same conclusion?
First, IDEC had the Section 27 referral, which gave us more direction and substance about what was being alleged. When we got the dockets, those dockets were further investigated. So investigations had to be done, yes.
Yes, but the conclusion, was it the same as the conclusion that the SEP's Legal Services came to after they reviewed the docket? Did you come to the same conclusion after you looked at it, or was it different?
So we didn't draw a conclusion per se on the dockets. We looked at the dockets and concluded that further investigation needed to be done. And that is what we did.
Yes, but when you looked at it, are you saying upon looking at it, upon investigating it, SEP's Legal Services says when they looked at it, it's too vague, it's scanty. There's no need for charges here. When you looked at it, are you saying there is a need for charges when you looked at it?
Sorry, Honourable Member, we said there's a need for further investigation. Their assessment and ours are different. We apply different minds to a matter, same like prosecutors do all the time. When we adjudicated over it, we said more work has to be done.
So you disagree with their conclusion?
I don't know what all they assessed when they arrived at their conclusion. I don't want to say that they are wrong, especially more so, Honourable Sauls, when we didn't know that they were even conducting such an exercise. They were looking at why his matters were not being investigated. So what they apply their minds to in terms of what is merit-worthy and or not, and why they perhaps didn't conclude as we did, that there should have first been further investigation. And maybe I should pause. That is what they perhaps sought to do by wanting to have an interview, conversation, or engagement with Mr. Adams. They tried on several occasions, and he did not respond. It means they wanted to do more. They couldn't do more because the person that they needed to talk to had not availed himself. I don't think we arrived at it differently. I think they had to deal with what they had. We had access to Mr. Adams, and he was able to give us more.
Does that mean you also consider it vague?
I didn't look at the dockets. So the investigating team and prosecutors looked at the docket and asked for further investigation. If you want to say that that is why we did further investigation, I'm saying when you looked at it, there was enough to point you in a direction to conduct further investigation.
Yes, which is contrary to what the legal services of SEPS has concluded. So it is. I think it's okay, advocate, to say that their conclusion is different than yours, and yours is that it warrants. You don't say charges, but you say it does warrant more investigation, which says the things that you have found on first glance points you to continue.
You are correct, Honorable Source.
Please explain to us, just in layman's terms, so that we understand, what is the chain of custody protocols of the handover of dockets? Take us concisely, step by step. If you now need to get the dockets from SAPS or wherever it is, from the Inspectorate, what is the formal chain of custody protocols to do so?
So, Honorable Source, I am unable to explain the SAPS protocol, but in terms of the protocol that the IDEC would have had to adhere to, it is in fact what was done, which was right to the Divisional Commissioner of Detectives, as the detectives are the custodians of dockets, these being matters that the honourable member allegedly opened at police stations. We made the request. I'm not sure what internal process followed between Lieutenant General Sentomule, Lieutenant General Jacobs, and all those who had to then find and hand over the dockets. Part of what we had to ensure is that we got the dockets in their original form, which we did, that the statements that were in the A clip of the docket are what is referred to in the investigation diary, and that is so. There was nothing missing on the face of what was in A1 and what was recorded in the investigation diary, and that we were given, in fact, original documents. And in terms of our chain of custody, we are able to say where we got the dockets from in terms of who handed it over to IDEC. But between the letter written by myself to Lieutenant General Sentomule and the actual handing over of the docket, I'm unable to explain what protocol or process would have been followed, Honourable Chair.
On page 5 of 6 of the exhibit that we were given, on the 6th, it starts off from 6.5. Are you there?
Can you tell me, Honourable Source, what I'm looking for at the top of the page?
We are at MK 15, page, at the bottom it would be page 5 of 8, and at the top it will be 2.7, and the other number is blurred out.
I am there.
Complaint against the South African Police Service.
I do have that.
6.5. It says on the 6th of December, Colonel Philip received a call from Mr. Rafase of IDEC, and he indicated he's coming to collect 6 dockets, and the other one, the Valeria one, and that arrangements was made for him to come and pick it up. 6.5 6.5.1, Mr. Rafese produced an NPA document which was addressed to Major General Khumalo. Is that the one you've written?
Honorable Source, I had written to Lieutenant General Sentumule. I am given to understand that the investigator is Mr. Rapeso. Mr. Rapeso had been informed that he must make contact with Colonel Philip. What I assume he would have done is, in order to acknowledge receipt, he would have drawn up a document that would say what he was receiving and from whom, and putting down those dockets. He didn't need my permission for that letter. The ID only wrote one letter herself, which was to Lieutenant General Sentumule. I'm not disputing that there was another letter, but I did not write it.
Well, the information we have is not the one you have written. The information we have before us that's submitted, it is said that the letter that was produced, an NPA letter is how it is phrased, NPA document, and that document was addressed to General Khumalo. Do you accept that?
I accept that, Honourable Member, and the reason it would be an NPA document is Mr. Rapeso is in IDEC, and it's an IDEC NPA letterhead that we ordinarily use.
Sure, but we're addressing who it was addressed to. Your testimony says you, the letter you wrote,
was to Sentumule.
Yes, was to Sentumule. We're saying that's not what we have before us. What we have before us is that the document that was produced was addressed to General Khumalo.
I accept that there was also this document. I know that General Mkwanazi did have sight of the letter to Lieutenant General Sentumula. In fact, I think it was attached as MK16 to the commission affidavit. So they were aware that there was a letter from the ID to Lieutenant General Sentumule.
No, I'm not disputing that, Advocate. I'm merely just dealing with the evidence before us.
I accept that.
So what we have before us says that this was addressed to General Khumalo. In response, Colonel Philip says he's not going to accept that because it's not addressed to the Directorate or to the Inspectorate that he's responsible for, that has the dockets. Do you accept that?
I accept that.
Was Colonel Philip correct in refusing?
At his rank and level, I accept that he would have had some trepidation. He didn't, according to how I read this, have the authority which he was seeking from Major General Khumalo, whom I assume is the provincial head in Gauteng. And how it usually works is they first seek permission. So there's nothing wrong in him wanting to confirm that he, in fact, can hand this over.
So he followed procedure.
In terms of what he set out here, yes.
Was it correct for Mr. Rafese to only show him the document, but not give him a copy?
Incorrect. If you are in possession of a letter, what should happen is you have the original letter, you should have a copy of the letter, and the original should be handed over to the person you are engaging with, and they can acknowledge receipt on your copy, which is the ordinary process of how we engage, not just about dockets. When you send documents, wherever it may be, that is out of IDEC.
I refer you to 6.5.1. It says the NPA document was not handed over, it was only produced.
I see that, and as I indicated, Honourable Member, all of the documentation attached here to including this, I had sight of it for the first time when Council handed it to me today.
Yes, but you are testifying that the representative of IDEC did not follow proper process.
I can't dispute that he did.
You're saying he did not?
he did not follow process, and that is something that would have to be addressed.
And then, when Colonel Philip tells him, you gave, this thing is addressed to the wrong person. You must address it to me because we have the documents or the dockets and it's with legal services. Mr. Rafese then goes back and then he returns on the 9th. "653 says Colonel Philip informed Mr. Rafese that the dockets could not be handed over as the NPA correspondence was not addressed to the division inspectorate and that the dockets were with legal services. Mr. Rafese indicated that the NPA correspondence would be amended and arrangements were made for Mr. Rafese to meet the divisional commissioner on the 9th of December at 12 o'clock. And so he comes back. The 6 criminal documents were received back from legal services on the 9th. And on the same day, Mr. Rafese attended the arranged meeting and produced another NPA document, which was addressed to the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection. He's told who to send it to or address it to. He comes back 3 days later and addresses it still to a different person, to Crime Detection instead of to Colonel Philip in 6.7. Was that correct?
Was incorrect.
So you are testifying that the official from IDEC was once again procedurally incorrect. He did the wrong thing.
He was procedurally incorrect.
Sorry, advocate.
He was procedurally incorrect.
Then 6.8. We're almost there. The NPA document was not handed over, only produced. 6.8, Lieutenant General Jacobs chose not to hand over the dockets as the correspondence was not addressed to the division. So would you now say, advocate, that on all these occasions you testified that Mr. Rafese was procedurally incorrect, which would now mean that Colonel Jacobs was procedurally correct in his refusal. Is that what you're testifying?
Colonel Philip in 6.5.2 was correct, and then Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs in 6.8 was also correct. Protocol is that if there's a request, they must be given either the original or the copy of the request duly, properly signed and addressed to the party who, and that is chain of custody. You cannot have General Jacobs give over something when the request is not directed to him. What proof do we then have of how we got it, because that could be disputed?
My last one. Then 6.9. It says on the 9th of December, 2024, at 12:24, Lieutenant General Sentumule called Lieutenant General Jacobs and indicated that the dockets are to be handed over to IDEC. The call lasted 2 minutes and 9 seconds. There's a screenshot attached, and the dockets were handed over to Mr. Rapese, who acknowledged receipt for the 7 dockets. What this says is that Mr. Jacobs, as you testified, understood the chain of custody, held to procedure, refused to hand over the dockets. The only time he handed over the dockets was when he received a call from his superior. And on that point, he hands over the dockets just because of a command that he cannot question, but he did his job as you testified. Was that correct procedure for him now, or rather for his superior to command him, despite the fact that you're doing the right thing, hand over the dockets to the person who's doing the wrong thing procedurally.
So, Honorable Sauls, you will recall that what I did indicate about Colonel Phillips was he needed to engage his superior. I am sure that if he was able to get Major General Kumalo on the phone, and if the Major General said, hand over the dockets, he would have done that. It is therefore not unlike what happened in this scenario, where if in fact when this call took place, Lieutenant General Sentumule informed him to hand over the dockets. There's nothing incorrect because the letter had initially been addressed to her. She therefore has the authority to indicate that the dockets can be handed over. He didn't do anything wrong. He had an instruction. That is how I read it.
Yes, but the person who's calling him is not there. He's supposed to.
Your time has expired, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Sangwen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm so sorry, man. This thing of this issue fascinates me. Advocate Johnson, your letter to Lieutenant General Sentemule, when was it?
Let me check with. Are you making
Say follow up.
Are you making a follow-up?
Follow up,
because
Chair.
it's now your time to.
Follow up. I'll come back for my
That's
time.
that's what I want to ascertain with you.
Follow up.
Okay.
Thank you. When was your letter dated to Lieutenant General Sentemule, and what would have prompted your letter? Then how does it happen that your investigator is busy then going around manufacturing other documents in the process? Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to answer you, and then I'm going to put on my laptop, Honorable Chair, to give you the date. I ought to have done that. When I wrote to Lieutenant General Sentumule, I don't know what processes followed internally. What I was made aware of by the investigators is that Mr. Rapeso was asked to make contact, is it Colonel Phillips, with Colonel Phillip, and that is what he did. In order for him to take receipt of the dockets, if the colonel handed it over, he would have had to produce and hand over a document. Ordinarily, that document would say, I so-and-so handed over these dockets over to Mr. So-and-so. That helps the chain of custody. It's not just protocol, it's a chain of custody issue.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're getting me the date, right? Because I need to understand whether Mr. Rapese came back to you and said, oh no, my Major Kumalo document didn't work. Please write another one for me. That goes to General Sentumbule, but then he then arrives there with another letter that's directed to DNC crime detection. There's something strange there.
I accept it may not make sense. He didn't have to come back to me because they had given him somebody that he was supposed to engage with. Correctly so, the person says to him, I can't hand it over to you. I need permission. He didn't get that permission. He was told to address his letter to somebody else. There's nothing untoward. He's got to come back and address the letter. Where I do sit with the challenge, Honorable Sangoni, is why did he not, on either occasion, hand over a copy of the letter that he had then, I would assume, authored on both occasions?
Honorable Matthys.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, just to follow up on the issue, Honorable Sauls asked the question in detail about how SAPS handled the dockets that Honorable Adams opened and how IDEC did. So we have the same dockets with two different outcomes. Tell us how that can work.
The only reason, Honorable Matthys, that I can deduce is they were making attempts to get a hold of Mr. Adams. That is what is in these documents. So from what we would have done, conducting further investigations means engaging with the dockets, and follow-ups were in fact made on the 6th of January to take supplementary statements from Mr. Adams. I think that is what they were trying to do, and because they could not get a hold of him for whatever reason, they were correct that on what they had, it was scant.
Chair, just one more. So pretty much we're saying that because of Honourable Adams' unavailability to SAPS, they were unable to pursue the matter.
That is correct.
And then when it came to you, did you ask Honourable Adams why he did not make himself available to SAPS, or is it because you already had the application lodged with you that you just continued with it?
We were unaware, as I've indicated, that this was in fact escalated to the inspectorate, and the inspectorate also did not inform us.
Honorable Bangazita.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Now, I just want to be assisted on this issue of rogue versus whistleblower. Where do you draw the line? Because here, the certain people within IDEC were sharing information with General Mkwanas. And I've heard that they've been actually characterized as rogue. Now, when Adams, Honorable Adams and others, especially those witnesses that need to be protected, share information with IDEC, they are whistleblowers. Where do you draw the line?
Honourable Chair, it's a difficult question to answer because I don't know what was shared. I also do not know the intent of the person who would have shared this information. It is difficult to make a call on what the person is, not knowing what it is they escalated.
Honorable James, Honorable Sauls, and the last will be Honorable Malemo.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just a clarity-seeking question. You've rightfully so explained earlier on how an irregular appointment translates to corruption. Am I right? And this is a follow-up on Honourable Salsa's question to you with regards to drug cartels, when you said that that does not fall within your mandate.
That is correct.
And drug. So you don't see drug cover-ups, compromise statements, SAPS members embroiled in drugs, transporting of drugs, intercepting drug busts. You don't see that as being corrupt. But you see irregular appointments as being leading to corruption cases.
Honourable James, you make a sweeping statement and work on an assumption. If there is corruption, regardless of what the underlying nature of the offences are, yes, we will look at it. What I understood from Honourable Salts and what I understood from my reading of these individuals in the drug cartels is that they are involved in dealing in drugs and or possession of drugs. If there are law enforcement officials that sought to defeat the ends of justice or compromise those for corrupt intent, that must be investigated.
Thank you, Advocate. That wasn't your response earlier on. You elaborated now. Thank you.
Honorable Sauls, this is an exemption. For sure, you'll understand that under normal circumstances, you cannot ask a follow-up on your own initiative. But look, I'm exempting you, and I hope that it does not become an example to other members. That's what I'm saying, that it's an exemption, Honorable Saul.
Chair, you are assuming that that's what I'm going to do. Both yourself and Honorable Malema. I'm not doing a follow-up on my questioning. I was going to comment on the whistleblower thing. But if I'm not allowed to do that, it's fine.
Honorable Malema.
Advocate, in the spirit of collegiality, when someone sends information to General Mkhwanazi at that level, and General Mkhwanazi requires something from you, within that spirit of colleagues, is it not that fair that he calls you if that information implicates you, calls your senior in the form of NDPP or minister or anything of that sort, is that not the correct procedure to follow in the spirit of killing those perceived divisions and factions and things like that? Is that not the correct procedure, to do?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Honorable Sangoni, your time starts now.
Thank you very much.
It's 10 minutes to 9. By 20 past, you must be done.
I shall. And I was saying to Advocate Johnson, I think all questions have been asked. But we must work. Advocate Johnson, will you be applying or at least raising your hand for consideration when the position of NDPP comes up?
Honorable Chair and members, I am aware that the position is now open. I'm aware that there's a closing date of tomorrow. I myself will not be applying. If I am nominated, I would have to consider the nomination, but I myself have not applied.
So it's both a nomination and application process.
In this round, yes, you can apply, or persons can nominate you. I have no intention of applying myself. I didn't do that in the previous round, nor do I intend to do that. It is better if you are nominated. It also depends who nominates you, but I am not applying as Andrea Johnson.
Okay, but you'll consider it in the event you are nominated?
I will consider it, yes.
Okay. All right. Advocate Johnson, my sincere apologies. I think we would have also just wanted to have a broader discussion with you about IDEC. But there are contemporary issues which I think we need to clear up. I'll try and go through just some lingering questions I have on those before going to some of the more broader issues. After this whole discussion about the handing over of dockets, knowing what you know now, don't you think that Lieutenant General Sentemule should have informed you that SAPS was investigating this matter? Don't you find it strange that, on the 4th of November, the inspectorate gets these dockets, starts working on it. On the 20th, I think, of November, they ask legal service to look at it. Even before they get their report, General Sentimula is all over there saying dockets must move. Isn't that strange?
I agree, Honorable Sangoni. Even if it wasn't her, the inspectorate should have told me. The long story short is, someone in SAPS should have alerted the Office of the ID that they were already looking, the reasons they were looking, and my requesting the docket interrupts a process, and they would appreciate that I stand back, which we would then have gladly done.
Okay, I'm not expecting you to answer for General Sentimule, but when she then picked up the phone and said to the inspectorate, give over those dockets to IDEC, she obviously knows that the inspectorate is busy with them and she is interfering and interrupting that process, right?
What I can indicate is by calling the inspectorate, she then knew that the dockets were there. I cannot talk for what she knew they were doing with the dockets. I can just say she knew they were there.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure General Sentimule will help us with that. So, Advocate Johnson, during the course of these proceedings, we've been putting forward an assertion to witnesses that we think the reason we are sitting here night on end is because of deep divisions within the top brass of the SAPS leadership. I want to say that right now I think that these divisions cut across the criminal justice system, and I just want to hear your view on this theory that I have. So we've been asking about Mr. Brian Padayachi, because Mr. Padayachi, it seems, he was used to effect this very speedy investigation and what I think was a frivolous arrest of Lieutenant General Kumalo. Tell me, so you testified that by the time you took the helm, were you at ID before you became the head of the ID when Advocate Cronier was the leader?
No.
Okay, but you are obviously a successor-in-law in terms of head of IDEC, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he's retired at SAPS, and in your document, you go to a lot of detail around his skills and expertise. Are those unique?
So those are the skills and expertise one requires of investigators. So be they DPCI or IDEC. We need investigative experience, and you need knowledge and understanding of the law enforcement environment. So that is what he had when he did come to IDEC back at the time. And they did serve us well in terms of investigations. And if you'd allow me, Honorable Sangoni, just for clarity, he didn't conduct the investigations in any of these matters by himself. There's a team of investigators and prosecutors, and everybody does different things. Different people take statements, some issue Section 28 subpoenas, etc. In terms of the conducting of the investigation, there is a team that conducts an investigation and more than one prosecutor that assesses the matter. However, when we effect arrests, and this is a general law enforcement thing, you will find that when an arrest is to be effected, search and seizure warrants are to be applied for, cyber warrants, bail affidavits. They choose within the team who must depose to that affidavit. And for those reasons, he is at the fore, but he is part of a team. I only just wanted to clarify. I'm not trying to justify anything.
No, I think I understand you, but I'm sure you'll appreciate also, Advocate Johnson, that our line of questioning is based on the allegations that have been put before us, which intimate that he was intimately involved. He was also involved in the arrest, wasn't he?
He was not at the arrest.
He was not at the arrest. Okay, only the investigation. So I was asking you, these skills that he possesses, are they only possessed by a person who has retired? Because I would think that if they were the requirements of the job, we're not creating job for retirees, am I right?
Honorable Sangoni, when I took office at IDEC, the issue was we had duty reassigned or seconded individuals. Many of them were already at an advanced age. When we started recruiting as well, the experienced investigators in criminal matters are of an advanced age. And that is the same answer you would get even if you talk to the DPCI and you talk to the detectives. And of an advanced age doesn't of necessity mean that they reach their retirement age. Many of these experienced law enforcement officers also left for different reasons before the time. But many of them are the more senior people, without casting aspersions on anybody's age. But the experience came from there.
But he had retired and was brought back or headhunted.
In terms of what I have from his statement and what we have from my finding him there, it is correct. He had come out of retirement.
Okay, so I suppose then the assertion that I'm putting to you, Advocate Johnson, is that you have this person who is employed in one entity in the criminal justice system, purportedly is retired. Thereafter, he's brought back. He comes into this other criminal justice system ecosystem, proceeds to investigate as part of a team, charge, arrest his former colleagues who include the senior officials and people that he reported to. At no point did anybody think that this was conflict of some sort, there was something strange here, no?
I can do no more than indicate the team scenario, and each one of them delegate the duties. He did not arrest Lieutenant General Khumalo, but he was involved in the processing of the co-accused who had handed themselves over to the South African Police Services. So he was part of a team. When you think about it, the optics don't look good, but there was nothing untoward.
Okay, Advocate Johnson, there's lots of optics that look funny here. So General Khumalo, General Mkhwanazi asserts is being targeted, right? So in December, they raid Mr. Matlala's house. There's then a fabricated case that they stole Rolex watches. Also in December, it is alleged that Mr. Brown Mokhotsi sends an SMS to the minister that says, yeah, now we've got something, we can finally charge Khumalo. Then in June, you arrest him. Sorry. So IDEC arrests him. Does this not look like a coordinated campaign against General Khumalo?
It doesn't, simply because you have to look at who is dealing with what. We were not dealing with, nor were we involved in whatever happened in December, be it for Matlala or for Mokgotsi, bearing in mind, Honorable Sangoni, that at the time we didn't even have the referral for the Matlala tender corruption matter. Ours dealt only with what came from Adams. If there was a concerted effort, then the timing of everything would have happened differently, logically, would have happened differently, and then we wouldn't have gone on what everyone goes on about is, what were you doing with what they allege is an HR or labor issue? We would have taken all those other allegations that are purported to have been made and hit him with a full book of allegations. That's not what we did. That wasn't our case. Our case was different, and we were not working hand in glove with anybody outside of IDAC.
Okay. But you can see coincidence, right?
Stinks of coincidence.
Okay, okay. So just help me. Why, having now heard all of these allegations, are you not investigating them? Because when you spoke about your mandate, you said you are only limited by the extent of the mandate. You don't only investigate 90% of a thing, you go all the way. Now, why are you not investigating organized crime and drug cartels? Because your mandate says that you can deal with issues. In fact, I want to read it if I can find it. It's 9.2 somewhere. But in your mandate, you say that issues that relate to the contravention of Prevention of Organized Crime Act, they fall within your mandate. So why are you not broadening the scope since your mandate allows you?
That part of the mandate, Honorable Sangoni, relates to matters of racketeering and matters of money laundering. That is where IDAC gets its mandate. Because in the corruption matters and or the financial crimes matters, there would be money laundering, as has been evident through the State Capture Commission, etc. Those, for us to prefer those charges and conduct those investigations, they fall within very specific provisions of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act. That is the purpose of having all of those parts of the legislation referred to. We did not want to run the risk that you do not mention a statute that we are allowed to deal with. That is what we do, and that's where we have restricted ourselves. But if there's organized corruption and it is reported, and if that corruption relates to organized crime, we can investigate it, but we don't investigate organized crime. I hope that clarifies.
Okay, no, I hear you. So in your statement, and I'm going to thread carefully here because the chair did say he doesn't want us to discuss allegations, but I want to discuss the justification that you have given us. And I think some of the members have already touched on this. But you quote Justice Zondo that state capture is a project where a group of actors, their network of collaborators, systemically conspire to redirect state resources for their own private gain. Then in paragraph 3.1, paragraph 38, you then list the elements of what make up state capture. In one, you indicate that state capture can manifest where there is a conspiracy to redirect resources to correct purposes. So now, how was this accused number 7, Mrs. Mukwele, going to do this? How was she going to redirect resources for corrupt processes?
Just for clarity, Honorable Sangoni, I took that entire definition and all of the elements. Not every one of those elements are applicable to all of the accused.
You will indicate. So if
terms of
she was not going to, I'll go through them. So she doesn't fall within the conspiracy to redirect resources for corrupt purposes.
The allegation that we make is she was put in a strategic position so that when she was requested to, she would redirect resources or funding for the resources because of the nature of TSS, their funding and what it is they can procure.
Okay, I want to be clear, and again, very careful. Are you speculating that she would be in a position to do that, or you would then have, I don't need to know the evidence, you would then have evidence that that is what they were plotting to do?
We have evidence that that is what they were plotting to do, and I did say it is unfortunate that I'm unable to discuss the other matters, not just these two matters. But when you look at the full ambit or basket of matters, Honourable Member, then they do give you a different picture.
Okay. Then on the next one, which is the strategic appointments and dismissal, right? So Judge Zondo says this entails the filling of posts with loyalists who would then facilitate capture. So is it your evidence, and I don't want to know your evidence, that Ms. Mukwele was going to facilitate capture of crime intelligence? The co-accused. Okay. And then the manipulation of procurement is what you were talking about? Okay. I think Honorable Mnango has already asked you about the systems and processes and private interests and so forth. So if these are all the issues, then, Advocate, why would you then go and charge him on employment-related issues when you have evidence that there is a conspiracy to capture crime intelligence? Why don't you go for the jugular instead of confusing all of us with employment matters?
In terms of this particular appointment, it is its own standalone matter. When we have the other four matters, we have to look at whether...
Mike, please, sorry, ma'am.
When you look at this matter, I must be tired if I keep forgetting the mic. I do apologize, Honorable Chair. This was a matter that stood alone. I did indicate that we had to first look at which matters can be prosecuted on their own. When we look at the balance of the matters, we have to look at whether or not some, if not all of these accused and other persons did not act as a criminal enterprise to conspire and further the ends to which we allude. And that is part of the prosecution and investigation strategy.
Okay.
Not every matter would fall there, but the remaining matters are exactly what we have to consider.
Okay. So you've also said somewhere that there are persons who have been appointed that allowed the head of criminal intelligence to access funds without proper processes. So who are these people? How come they are not charged? Like, what happened to that? I mean, it's a big statement for Madam IDEC to make, and people are roaming around free.
So we also have, that would be the seventh matter, which is a Langlachte matter, which refers to procurement, which is also under investigation. It hasn't fallen under the radar, Honourable Member.
Okay. I was going to ask you, but I think I'll ask it anyway for the sake of completeness. Is this matter of Lieutenant General Khumalo the only matter that you have dealt with which relates to manipulation of employment? Is there precedence for this? Because, yeah, is there precedence for this? Has this ever been done?
In IDEC, this was the first one that we had done. I can't answer for if it was done in the rest of the NPA. It's something I would have to find out, or else I would be misrepresenting facts, which I cannot.
Okay. On paragraph 29 of your testimony, you indicated that, so you speak glowingly about crime intelligence, then that you indicate that the key challenge in relation to crime intelligence is the use of funds and the lack of accountability thereof. Drawing from your experience, and I think I want to step off these contemporary issues now, but drawing from your experience, what recommendations would you have to tighten the Secret Service account, the slush fund? I mean, we asked the minister, he said, yeah, I don't know. What recommendations would you have? You've been through the Celebi matter, the Lazarus matter, what you call the Lazarus Mdluli era. What needs to be done there?
Honorable Sangoni, I did indicate earlier that what one should do is allow greater latitude to the Inspector General for them to be able to openly look at the books and to be able to account cent for cent and legitimacy, whether it is of procurement of goods and or services. But the same should be allowed of the Auditor General. And I am saying we do have bodies that can do it. We have to find a mechanism, given the covert secret nature of this account, to allow them to do that. It might then mean that the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence is going to have to sit down, have a debate, and perhaps seriously consider an amendment to the legislation. There is a protection, and they then have to ask the question, what is this protection doing for the fight against crime and for accountability and transparency? I think that might work.
Okay, I'm almost done. One of our terms of references speaks to us investigating prosecutorial conduct between IDEC and the KPTT, Political Killings Task Team. I just want to make sure that I heard you right. IDEC has no relationship with the PKTT whatsoever. We can scratch that off our terms of reference.
Absolutely. I can say that with both my hands raised to God. There's nothing we have to do with PKTT.
Okay. And then what is the conviction rate of IDEC or ID, then IDEC?
Sorry, we had in this year, we've had 3 so far. The unfortunate thing about these matters is they take such a long time. They even frustrate us that they take so long. But it's usually lots of accused, lots of lawyers. And I know what the South African public wants, and they're absolutely entitled, Honorable Sangoni, to want speedy justice. But unfortunately, these are voluminous matters, and they just simply take forever. What we have done is we have engaged with the National Director, and I am aware that there are engagements that, if they haven't already happened, will happen with the Honorable Chief Justice to ask for a fast, I'll just use the terminology we used, for a fast lane court. We're not asking to create special courts, but to say when we have a state capture matter that must go on trial, the JP of that division must know this is state capture. They must get a judge who will then sit in a dedicated court to run with the matter start to finish. The chances of you finishing some of these matters within 6 months to a year, as opposed to the 5 to 10 years that it's taking us because we are given space on existing court roles, specialized commercial crime, as well as the regional court, and we also, Honorable Sangoni, have to fall into the high court role. It is not ideal, and it is impractical, but I am aware that there are considerations for what they call a fast-track court, experienced, dedicated judges to run start to finish.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask you what needs to be done to fast-track it, but then even if you've got a fast-track court, you get in there and the public believes, well, I believe, that you get there and then your things are thrown out. Like, what are you going to do about that? Because that also seems to be a problem.
Well, for us, first prize is finding a court that will only deal with IDEC state capture matter that is brought before it. But at the stage it gets to that court, it must be trial ready. So all of the other processes and whatever motion applications are brought must be dealt with by court of first instance, so that when we go to the Chief Justice or to the JP, we are saying all the parties, including the defense, we are ready. We want the judge to start our trial, and that is what we have to aim to do.
Advocate Johnson, I know maybe I'm unfairly targeting you because it's the NPA generally, but can you understand how frustrated people are that you would bring cases, and I'm sure it's both sides, you know, both the accused and members of the public, you bring cases, nothing sticks, you have to go back, and it looks like the NPA/IDEC is just fumbling cases and people are losing confidence in the system.
Honorable Sangoni, I take what you say. In terms of the IDEC matters, I know that we did have an unfortunate incident in terms of the New Lane matter, and without discussing the trial judge, I think the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment speaks volumes on what went wrong. It has cost us a lot of time. It's cost us over 2 years to get that judgment. Now the same accused, when we were ready to enroll the matter, have taken us to the Constitutional Court. Accused persons have rights, and so they do exhaust them as they do. But are you asking if the NPA can do better? Of course, that is what we were supposed to do. We must aim to do better.
Are you working on doing better? What is being done to improve the output? Well, yeah, I'll call it output of the NPA.
So if you look at the IDEC matters, I've indicated what we seek to do, and we seek that when we enroll a matter, that at the date of enrollment, all the investigations are done and we are ready to make disclosure of the docket, which then becomes very important and determines then the speed at which that matter becomes enrolled. And that has become a general principle with the commercial and corruption matters that are also dealt with by my colleagues in the DPP offices and specialized commercial crime.
Okay, I'm gonna step off this, but I do have to just throw in this one thing. Do you think that, I mean, you spoke about the implications, right, of things that, let's say, General Mkhwanazi does. Do you think that the NPA should take any accountability when they do bring matters to court, the matters are not ready, and people lose their livelihoods because the NPA bungled things, took them to court, they were not ready, people lose their jobs and all sorts of things? Or is the way that it is now okay? It's like, oh no, we'll do better.
No, it cannot be business as usual. And what you say is exactly how it should be. And that is why I was at pains to say, you know, when you just even mention who might be a suspect, the irreparable harm you do, no one cares that you didn't end up charging Mr. or Mrs. X. They remember what you said. And that is the same for matters going to court, matters then being withdrawn, and those matters then falling by the wayside.
Okay. I think it's even worse when you're charged, you know, and not just mentioned, but I get your point. Honorable Johnson, has in your experience, both as, okay, I won't go to the Scorpions, but as a prosecutor, let's say in the last couple of years, has there been political interference in your work, let's say especially the ID and IDEC, and could you give us the details of that political interference?
So we won't talk about the DSO because I think that is history written. But since then, I myself, in my work environment, have not had political interference. Of course, we had members of the NPA where there's allegations that they had been captured, and many of us, myself included, were victimized, where we were not allowed to deal with our matters at all. And we were moved office to office. I mean, I was physically moved in one building 4 times at the women fancy of one of the national directors. At a stage, I ended up working out of my boxes because that was the best thing for me to do. In my time in IDEC, not then Minister Ronald Lamola, not Minister Simelane, and not the current Minister, Mayor Mamoloko Kubai, have sought to interfere in the work. They have not asked me, as IDEC, to provide them with details of the merits of matters. They have not asked that they be informed when persons will be arrested, because that is where you would look at for interference. However, all ministers are entitled to ask for a high-level report in terms of Section 33 of the NPA Act. I think there was only one instance where a report was provided to the Honourable Minister Lamola at the time. There was nothing untoward about it. It was more clarity, but none of the ministers since then either have asked, which they can legitimately ask for.
So the lack of prosecution is not because you have politicians, ministers interfering in your work and saying, do not prosecute this one, frustrating you, things of that nature?
Our challenges are different. They are not political interference.
Thank you very much. I think my second last question, if not the last question, okay, I've forgotten this. Let me go to the last question. I was worried about your response, Advocate Johnson, when you were asked about the duplication of functions. I think it was, I'm not sure if it was Honourable Cameron or Honourable Klopper who was proposing a protocol. Now, when Minister Kachalia was here, he went to great lengths speaking about this duplication, scope creep and whatnot, right? Now, your response suggests to me that you think that the criminal justice system should be run on collegiality. We must just speak together more. We must just do this and this. And I'd really want you to think about this duplication. Minister Kachalia proposes, for example, the establishment of an OPI, I think Office of Integrity, Public Integrity or something, which would then look at IDEC, which would look at the Hawks, the SIU. Don't you think a mechanism like that could strengthen the fight against corruption in particular, crime in general?
So my response in terms of as it stands And because there isn't a coordinating mechanism, that collegiality was the only way we were able to get over those hurdles. I have seen the NACAC recommendations, and they make sense, so much so that there isn't a straddling of mandates. So the DPCI, as per those NACAC recommendations, ought only, if they are accepted and go through Parliament, only deal with organized crime, and that matters of corruption, serious economic offences should fall within the mandate of IDEC. And in terms of the OPI, it is almost an absorption of the SIU, but with a bit more functions than which they currently have. I think that would talk to a bringing of all the law enforcement, aligning the mandates, keeping mandates restricted and effective, with the detectives still having to do the lower level crimes. And what they also then put in there, which is what we don't have, is a coordinating body that will look at the cases that are coming in, who's doing what, and how we can perhaps help with the resources, etc. So for the first time, there'd be a all-round coordinating mechanism. And I think if we give it a try, the chances of it doing us greater good would be.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I'm done, but I just want to ask Advocate Johnson before I step off. Advocate, we don't want another 6th of July media briefing. So I want to ask you here, right, that where you are sitting, and I'm sensitive, obviously, to the last part of your statement in terms of threats. Are you sitting in a position where your life is being made difficult? I mean, in terms of the work of IDEC, that you can't function, you have all these syndicates, influences, interferences that make it difficult for you to do your work. Because I won't come back after you answer that question, could I also request, if possible, in writing, any recommendations you would want the committee to consider to strengthen IDEC or even the criminal justice system in totality? Are you going to do a 6th of July on us anytime soon?
I didn't do a 6th of July, but a 6th of July was unnecessary. However, I do not know what attempts Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi made to escalate, got no joy, as he says. And when people are frustrated and their intentions are good, sometimes it comes out in the manner that it came out. But in terms of the death threats aside, I am able to do my work. It's a lot on one's shoulders. You cannot forget it. You can't just, I don't relax. There's no relaxing and just getting to work. So one would have liked me to be the me.
The time of the member has expired.
Thank you, Advocate Johnson, and I'm happy that you're not frustrated. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, can I check those who want to make follow-ups? Honorable Matthews, Honorable Sols will be the two speakers. The list is closed.
Thank you, Chair. To follow up on the issue of political interference, I just want you to speak a little bit too. So you said you haven't had any political leaders, ministers, etc., come directly to you. Politicians, by nature, if they are not clumsy, they're not going to come to someone that they haven't captured yet. And do you think that the issues that you are having, because you said you do, or you have worked under, and you still do, under very trying situations, they have to be fueled somewhere, because it's no way that just bureaucrats can do that without being protected or being fueled by politicians in the background. That's my statement. I would like you to speak to that. And I'm not saying that you must identify any politicians, but that is a fact. There's no way bureaucrats can get away with half of the things they do if they are not in the pockets of politicians or being directed by politicians.
You put it so eloquently, Honorable Matthews. I'm not sure what response I'm able to give. Safe to say, I have had concerns ever since the death threat and the 6th of July media briefing. And I'll tell you why. what you see is what you get. I don't know how to be different, Andrea Johnson or the ID. And so when people were in the public space connecting dots that I didn't even see, I had to ask myself the question, who are you and why? And is it necessarily the person who took to a podium? I still don't have the answers. I do have a suspicion that something bigger is aimed at targeting, if not IDEC, the ID. But that is where I put it on pause. Unfortunately, I do believe
I
the
understand.
Lord will show them up. It may sound philosophical, but that is all I can wish for. But I do hope I find the sources in IDEC, because that would also give an indication of what the agenda is and who's running it.
One day is one day. And can we safely say that state capture has continued under President Cyril Ramaphosa? Because these cases we're talking about are post-Zondo Commission.
I cannot say that state capture happened under a specific person, because that person is not implicated in any of the cases IDEC currently deals with, except that capture continues. It even happened after the Zondo Commission with the PPE procurement. Corruption is rife. That you cannot take away. I can't attribute it to any one specific person other than the people whom allegations are made against and whom IDEC would have to investigate.
Now, I wasn't saying the person administration, so the Cyril Ramaphosa administration, but you've answered our question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to remind members, President Cyril Ramaphosa, we elected him here in June last, and by an overwhelming majority. My friend, Honorable Sols.
No, Chair, I can't be your friend. You are my elder. You are my senior. Too much respect for you to be called your friend. Honorable Chair, Honorable Advocate, we just got information on recruitment. The follow-up is on recruitment. Just got information that there was a post of senior criminal investigator that was advertised 2024, and the appointment was made this year, 2025. A colored female, LLB degree, many years of experience, applied, and those who got appointed has less experience than her. And then she was victimized when she wrote a grievance or lodged a grievance against these unfair appointments. So I want to put it to you, we can prove, and we want to debunk the notion that coloreds do not apply and they do not qualify. Earlier, I didn't have this information. I received it now. And I put it to you that IDEC must do more, because coloreds, there are coloreds out there that qualifies and that can contribute to the well-being of this country.
I take note. There was a labor dispute that was declared. I'm therefore not going to discuss the matter. Safe to say it is a one-sided story that the Honourable Sols has been given, and it is unfortunate. But I do know what you are talking about, but the person had declared a grievance against myself and various officials in IDEC. I'm therefore unable to discuss that matter, but I do know what you're talking about, Honourable Sols.
Can I just say that I obviously don't know the details, and that's not important for me. What is important for me is you can confirm she's colored, she has qualifications, and there are colors that applies. I just want to debunk the notion that colors don't apply and they are not there qualified. That's the issue here. Let's do more to be inclusive. because there are colors that are professional and do qualify. That's the point.
I'll take your point.
Honorable Nomvalo, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I will be long, Chair.
Hold a moment, we get Honorable Malem.
I don't know, Chair, but I think it's unfair on the witness to use one incident to create a phenomenon that is non-existent. Because it's very unfair on her to say, because of one incident, colors are applying and they are not being appointed on the suitable cases. So from that point, I think we should protect her. She gave us her answer on the matter, and that's her answer. We can't use one isolated incident to want to prove a non-existing crisis.
No, Honorable Sole, wait, I don't want that. I don't want you to debate the matter. The reality which has been presented here and which has been acknowledged is that there is an underrepresentation of colored people in IDEC. And I think it's a matter which we should be worried about. And if there is a way, persuade the leadership of IDEC here to pay attention to it. They have been excluded for many years. And I think it's very important that we look at that. Honorable Souls might have lacked a better way to present it, Honorable Malem. But the truth that remains is that the colored population of South Africa also deserve recognition. It's very rare that you see them in any of the state departments, especially at the highest echelon of leadership. So the point, Honorable Sol, I think has been driven home, and we must take it as such. Honorable Nomval.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Good evening, Advocate.
Good evening, Honorable Nomvalo.
Was the National Commissioner not involved and the moderating committee of SAPS in a recruitment process for which General Kumalo was arrested? Were they not involved as role players of any kind?
If you will just clarify, are you asking if they had any engagement with IDEC?
No, I'm saying for the HR processes for which General Kumalo was arrested, did they not play any role?
What I do know from what I have, I'm sure there's documentation in terms of the investigation to show who would have signed. I think their corporate services head of HR would have signed that final letter of appointment, but they would have accepted whatever the recommendation was. That's how I understand process. Whatever the recommendation was that came out of that specific panel, they would then have, short of them having questions, which I don't know whether they had, the appointment would then be endorsed and made. So yes. Administratively, that is the involvement I would see of anyone else outside of the panel. It happens across the board.
Yeah, because my subsequent question was going to be on the appointment letter. If you saw it and who signed it, if you saw it. Did you see the appointment letter?
The investigation team would have it. I didn't see who signed the appointment letter. But if I take how IDEC works, the head of human resources would sign the letter or send an offer of the appointment to the incumbent for them to accept. I don't think it would be different, Honorable Nomvalo, for the South African Police Services.
So if they are found to have played a role, maybe through effecting their signatures, then they are also going to be liable, correct?
In terms of what we are alleging as the criminality, we are talking about the initial recruitment process. So unless there was a reason for anyone, after the panel made a recommendation, to question whatever it is that and it also depends, sorry, Honorable Nomvalo, on how the recommendation is written, what is put in the motivation. There may have not been any red flags that anyone else would have seen, because it depends on how a panel couched its recommendations and its motivation.
Okay, no, the reason why I'm asking is, you will correct me if you have a different understanding, is that if there were many role players, then they were supposed to be arrested in terms of the principle of doctrine of purpose. People who participated in the recruitment process, they were supposed to be arrested, all of them, because they acted in common purpose to execute what is illegal, or what you alleged to be illegal.
What I understand differently, Honorable Nomvalo, is we are talking about the initial process. There couldn't have been any common purpose in the administration of the acceptance of the recommendation. And that is why I'm saying how it was written and the motivation. If there was nothing there to raise red flags, what criminal common purpose can the state allege against anyone outside of that initial group?
Okay. Now let's move to another question. You said General Kumalo was arrested as a consequence of a referral that was made by Honorable Adams, correct?
Correct.
And Honorable Adams made that referral in terms of Section 27, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when was this referral authorized?
The referral was made on the 22nd of November. The investigation itself was authorized on the 6th of December.
So it was authorized on the 6th of December.
That is correct. Because investigations wouldn't have been able to continue without the authorization, Honorable Member.
Okay. And then you further said for a referral to pass or to be successful, there must be an affidavit to which the deponent has deposed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, in this referral that was made in November 2024, on the 21st, was there any affidavit attached on the referral that was made in November?
The referral is an affidavit made by Mr. Adams.
And that affidavit is dated?
The 22nd of November, 2024.
Do you have it in your possession?
No, I don't.
Don't you think it was going to be important for you? Because another problem which I have with your statement is that documents which are relevant have not been attached. Not only because to some of us, documents are helping us to cross-reference and to see if there is corroboration between your statements and the attachments that are relevant to your statement. Now, if we just rely on a statement, and there is a precedent that has been made by witnesses who have come before you, they make, for easy reference, they make huge bundles of attachments so that we can be able to go further in terms of making sure that we broaden our insight. Now, my problem here is that you have not attached the relevant documents. The second document which is relevant, which you have not attached, is a letter that you wrote to a general requesting for the dockets that you wrote in December. But let's go back to this referral. You know that a docket is a public document, right?
No.
Would you agree with me if I say to you, the affidavit of Honorable Adams is dated the 6th of January, 2025.
That would be a supplementary affidavit because follow-up engagements were had by the investigating team with Mr. Adams. I did indicate that as well earlier. So yes, there would be a 6 January document.
Can you be able to furnish us with the original affidavit?
Unfortunately, Honourable Chair and members, that is not a document that I can disclose. But if there are of the other documents, this document has not even been disclosed to the defence, and it is one of those documents where even the defence would have to apply for the document to be made available to them. The Section 27 referral cannot be made available, but other documents that Honourable Nomvalo or any other member says should have been here, what I would ask all of the honourable members is to kindly provide the chair with a list, and those documents that can be made available should be made available to this House in the course of next week as part of a bundle, which would then be referenced according to the affidavit and then be sent to the evidence leader for distribution. But where we are with the current matter, and because the Section 27 also, Honourable Nomvalo, still relates to other investigations that are pending, the Section 27 referral will not be made available. I'm not being difficult, I'm just indicating that in terms of where we are in the process, IDEC cannot make the Section 27 available.
So is it a classified document?
It's not a classified document as in we've written on it top secret. It is a document that seeks to initiate the intake of a matter. It is a document that, should it be disclosed, will have to first be disclosed to an accused. That document has not been made available to any of the accused. I can therefore not make any of those documents available. It is not like the charge sheet. It's not a public document.
So which...
The intake of a matter within IDEC and how the matter is then considered for intake and then for the later authorization.
So which law are you relying on to make that proposition?
I'm saying that in terms of process, we have not disclosed a Section 27 referral. It is a confidential document similar to how we have memos in the NPA. And not just IDEC. There are certain documents that are not made available for public consideration.
Yeah, but which law? You mean, when you say in terms of the process,
So
you mean in terms of the established precedent within the organization, or there is a particular law that speaks to that effect?
So I cannot give you the law that deals with that. I talk to the confidentiality of the document and what it purports to do. So that document is used for a very specific purpose, and it is used to initiate an intake and a referral. It is a confidential internal document.
Yeah, no, if that is the case, then I think I am left helpless, but I will just put this proposition to you. The affidavit that have been exposed to is not a supplementary affidavit. A supplementary affidavit is an affidavit that makes notes of the content of the original affidavit and continues with the supplementary content that is contained in the supplementary affidavit. So the affidavit of the 6th of January 2025 is an original affidavit. I'm making that proposition to you. I can only change it if you come with an information that suggests otherwise. But the information that is at my disposal is an original affidavit, not a supplementary affidavit. It was signed by Mr. Barnett on the 6th of January 2025. By Mr. Adams, my apologies, Honorable Barnett, by Mr. Adams on the 6th of January 2025.
So on the 22nd of November 2024, we had a referral affidavit that refers the matter to IDEC and sets out in broad strokes the allegations. What I did understand from the investigating and prosecuting team, Honorable Nomvalo, is that they did a follow-up interview and statement taking with Mr. Adams on the 6th of January. So I've called it a supplementary affidavit because it was a follow-up affidavit. I'm not disputing what you have. They may not have written it as a supplementary affidavit.
So what was it supplementing?
So as we've gone through this process, also in MK15, what was being raised is what was in those dockets was not enough for one to decide. So for the further investigations to take place, a follow-up interview was held with Mr. Adams on all of the various matters to be able to get clarity and to be able to get more substance, which is what the investigating team sought to do.
Yeah, Advocate, I'm very worried that all what you are telling us now has not been mentioned in your statement. You have not told the committee that, or through your statement under oath, that there is an affidavit that was filed on the 6th beyond an affidavit that was filed in a referral application that you are referring to. So do you mean that the application, because the affidavit was signed after December, after the application was authorized for investigation, so you mean this affidavit, which was signed in January, was signed after the application was authorized? Then if that is the case, then why did you need to sign another affidavit on the 6th of January when an application already has been signed with an affidavit that you are referring to? Because if there was an affidavit, then it means the requirements were met, requirements for the application to be authorized.
The requirements were met, Honorable Nomvalo, for a preliminary investigation to be authorized. That is what was authorized. Once that is authorized, it means that the investigators can go ahead and conduct further investigations, which meant the taking of further statements and or an additional statement, whichever way you want to put it, from Adams, as well as then the obtaining of documents from wherever it is that they needed to obtain those documents. But without that, they would not have been able to do the follow-up that they did on the 6th of January.
Chair, I don't want to deprive people who want to, their hands which were up. I don't know if you will note them.
Yeah, no, there is a standing principle that you run and finish your questions.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. Now, you are saying the process was authorized, or the investigation was authorized on the 6th of December. Is that what you are saying?
Correct.
And then on the same day, you issued out a letter, or you wrote a letter to General Sentumula requesting for dockets. Is that what you are saying?
That is correct.
Now, do you have a letter in your possession?
I have...
I think Honorable Sangoni
Yes.
has also requested for it.
She
Did
has.
you manage
asked-
to get hold of
I
it?
asked for the letter to be sent. It was sent to me on WhatsApp, which I have on my phone and which I can make available.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, I'm not sure if you heard me where I said, I do apologize if there are documents that any of the honorable members seek, if they could kindly provide a list so that in the course of next week, the documents that I am able to provide will be provided to the evidence leader for dissemination.
Yeah. My second problem, Advocate, with this letter, if I have a letter that is in your possession, unless I have a different one. On paragraph 1, it says, the letter is addressed to General Sentumule, and on paragraph 1, it says, the investigating director, Advocate Johnson, has authorized an investigation to be conducted in terms of Section 28 of the National Prosecuting Act. Now, You have said to this committee that the referral was made in terms of Section 27.
Yes.
Now, how does Section 28 come in?
So, in terms of the process, Honorable Nomvalo, the referral is a Section 27. When we have a referral, one considers the content of the referral. For an investigation to commence, the investigating director receives an application from the team, setting out the allegations, etc., and an investigation is authorized for institution in terms of Section 28. The Section 27 does not initiate the investigation. It initiates the referral and intake of a matter, which must then be adjudicated on, and then the investigating director must, if there's a decision that it must now be investigated, you must authorize an investigation.
Yeah, so what this paragraph says is that the investigation has been authorized in terms of Section 28. So do you mean that an investigation or a referral of Section 27 is authorized in terms of Section 28? Is that what you are saying in summary?
In summary, yes, and that refers also to, in the state capture matters, if I can just use an example out of the Zondo Commission or any of the other commissions, if we decide to look at one of those recommendations, even though there's a recommendation, a team must still put together an application that asks the investigating director to authorize the investigation into those allegations. So regardless of whether it's a Section 27 referral or how we source the investigation, investigations are instituted in terms of Section 28 of the NPA Act.
Investigations are instituted in terms of Section 28. So this investigation that we are talking about here, the investigation of a referral made by Honorable Adams, was instituted in terms of which section?
Section 28.
Not in terms of Section 27?
No, sir. In Section 27 is a referral. Once you get the referral, it's almost, when you get a docket, if there is no A1 complainant statement, you find that the detectives won't go and do anything with it. If it's just a report that was handed in, they still need someone to depose to an affidavit, a complainant statement. And so the referral is merely for the matter to be considered for investigation.
Okay, there are headlines which were circulating. I'm not sure if you saw them. In
I'm
December.
busy answering.
Oh, you're still answering? Okay,
Yes.
no, you can
So
continue.
once that referral comes in, it is not automatic as well, Honorable Nomvalo, that an investigation will be instituted. I did indicate earlier there were certain matters where there was a Section 27. We found out it is being investigated elsewhere, it was referred there, or there were matters that didn't fall within the mandate of IDEC, and those matters were not taken. But we then engaged with the person who made the referral and pointed them in the direction of somewhere else in law enforcement that it can be. So we don't just say no, we also refer them there.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
So on the 6th of December, how many letters were sent requesting for dockets?
I would have written the letter to General Sentumule.
Yes.
I did ask my office to indicate that on the letters of Mr. Rapesu, Honorable Sangoni, whether or not I signed those letters. He's indicated, and they've sent me the copies, that I would have signed those letters as well. So those letters did go from my office. I could only, as I sat here, from what I recollect the letter that I sent myself to General Sentumule. And usually where there's matters of that import, they err on the side of caution and bring these letters to the head of office, and if I'm not there, to the head of investigations to sign.
Okay, so didn't you send another letter on the same date with the same content to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng, Major General Kumalo?
That is what I was explaining, Honorable Nomvalo, that initially when the questions were posed to me by the Honorable Sangoni, I could only recall the letter to Lieutenant General Sentumule. The office has sent me the copies of the letters that were then, which means that when the communications were had with Rapeso and he was told to whom to address the letter, they would then have asked that the letter be addressed to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, which is Major General Kumala for Gauteng, and from the letter, he had brought the letter to my office for signature.
Okay. Are you done? Can we move to another one?
If you're satisfied with the answer, yes.
Yeah, no, I've heard the answer. There are remarks, in fact, let me not say it's remarks that you made, because it's headlines which were circulated in the media space. So the media might quote you out of context. In December 2024, they were quoting you to having said, when you were addressing your staff, I mean, I don't have to repeat them if you know them. Did you see that circulating? Those remarks that they were alleging that you have said during a staff meeting.
Please remind me, in the same way that I honestly
They
slipped my mind about that I signed a second letter.
Yes.
Please remind me.
They were saying that you were encouraging prosecutors to go to court with empty bags and files, even if those bags don't have files inside, and they must fake it until they make it.
And,
Do you remember that?
And you say that was when?
December 2024.
No.
You don't
What
remember?
I do recall is, and it wasn't a staff meeting, I remember that sometime in 2022, when one of the teams were getting ready to place accused on the court roll for one of the state capture matters, it was giving them a pep talk to be ready, to look ready, to be the part. It was at no stage, and I have provided context when I was asked, at no stage expect anyone to be bringing false cases, which was not what was said. It was a matter of, I said to them, mark the files, make sure that you look professional. Sometimes how you look, how you walk, how you talk is half the battle. It was about boosting their confidence. So I do not retract what I said. The context of what I said matters because much was read into how that conversation actually took place and who I was having that conversation with.
So the media, because the impression that they were selling is that you were encouraging prosecutors to go to court, even if they don't have files in themselves, just to go there and appear as though they are busy, even when they are not. That is an impression that was sold. So you were quoted out of context. That is not what you meant.
That is not what I meant, Honorable Member.
Okay. General Masemula, when he was here, he said that during the movement of dockets between SAPS and DPCI and SAPS to IDEC, some documents get missing. So they disappear. That's what he said. Is that true? Are you aware of that?
Sorry, Honorable Member, I did not hear that testimony.
He said some documents, during the movement, some documents appear, dockets, some dockets disappear. When they move from SAPS to IDEC, from IDEC to, when they move from SAPS to DPCI, and from DPCI to IDEC, during that course, they disappear, some dockets. Are you aware of that?
I have no idea what the General was referring to.
You have no idea?
No.
When you have taken dockets from the police, what then becomes a role of a police officer who was in charge of a docket?
So in the context of IDEC, the dockets that are currently in our possession would have come to us firstly because many of those or some of those investigators were duty reassigned and are at IDEC. In fact, we still have 7 DPCI seconded investigators in IDEC. So they carry their dockets, they carry the IDEC matters, and any dockets we would have requested them because they would have related to allegations that were mainly made out of the State Capture Commission report.
The chair is saying I've run out of time.
not said anything.
Oh, I thought when you are, I thought when you are lifting it up like this,
It's a warning
you are,
to you.
you are indicating that my time is
It's a
over.
warning to you that your time is about to run out.
Okay, so do you then continue to give progress to those police officers who were initially in charge of those dockets, or they just discard them completely?
So if they are designated to the investigations, they are part of the investigation, and so forth. Therefore, they continue with the team. Where dockets are handed over to IDEC, what we do is we do go back onto the CAS system as and when the matters are finalized, which is part of the protocol, and we would then record guilty verdict or not guilty. Where there's a guilty verdict, we also have to indicate the sentence. Oftentimes, Honorable Nomvalo, we would end up keeping the matter till we have clarity that the accused may not appeal, especially where there's a conviction and where the state, where there's been an acquittal, has taken a decision not to appeal on questions of law. If there's no further action, dockets must be returned to the South African Police Services, and the return of that docket must be noted on their care system.
So for the time when they are with you, when they are with IDEC, how do you keep updated complainants? Do you keep them updated when they are in your position? Maybe when you are busy with investigation.
We should be engaging the complainants.
Are you engaging them? Are you giving them progress to say, this is how far we are with your matter?
In terms of the investigations, it depends. A lot of the times the complainants themselves also engage with IDEC. If there is something to report, we do. But in the normal course of investigations, even if you are the DPCI, there's no back and forth between the eight.
Chair, do I still have time? We had an agreement with Honorable Skosana.
Sorry, Honourable Chair, I was trying to finish my answer, and
Yeah, no,
the two
he's
members
putting
were
me
having
under
a
pressure. He
conversation.
wants me to donate some time
Yes.
to him.
He has 4 minutes
So I'm being
left.
generous.
He has 4 minutes left.
He can take it, Chair. I don't want to be unfair to him. It's fine.
Well, thank you, Chair. I just want to find out, Advocate. You know, this matter of arresting the team and General Khumalo for a HR matter leaves much to be desired. Let me ask you now, do you know that the National Commissioner has a moderating committee which looks at the process that is being undertaken by the junior panel? Are you aware of that?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
The last one is that moderating committee looks at the process that undertake by the junior panel when it comes to employment. Are you aware of that?
No,
You are not aware of that?
no.
Now, I guess you know that only the National Commissioner who appoints, only the National Commissioner who appoints employees at SAPS. Are you aware of that?
As I indicated, Honourable Chair, in terms of process, it would depend, I guess, on the level of appointee. You would have HR that, and the CFO and the head of HR, which is also an acting deputy national commissioner who can sign certain appointments. But I have no doubt that the national commissioner can also sign, Honourable Chair, certain appointments. I just don't know which ones he's responsible for.
The arrested members that are accused of illegal appointing a person into a service. So why is the moderating committee and the National Commissioner not being arrested?
As I indicated, Honourable Member, there are no allegations that go to them. The allegations were restricted to these people that are at crime intelligence. But even then, the investigation has not shown that they had done anything wrong. If there is, of course, they have to be dealt with. But there isn't any evidence that they did anything wrong.
Was the National Commissioner engaged to confirm the allegations as given to them by the SAPS risk manager? If so, why not? If not, why not?
Sorry, Honourable Member, in
Let me
relation
repeat
to...
again. Was the National Commissioner engaged to confirm the allegation as given to them by SAPS risk manager? If not, why not?
I'm sorry, Honourable Chair, I'm lost. I'm not sure in terms of which matter. Are we still
No,
talking
we
about...
are still talking about the same matter, that there's a risk manager as well. What I'm asking is that, have you confirmed with the National Commissioner? Have you, or your investigators, have they engaged the National Commissioner in this matter?
I would hope that that is part of the investigation, but I don't have personal knowledge.
You
I
know,
cannot say if it was or wasn't done. I'm not in the investigation till there's the time for the matter for the ID and head of investigations to be briefed, Honourable Member.
let me close by saying the arrest of these crime intelligence members and Kumalo was malicious. They were detained overnight at Brooklyn Police Station, am I right?
On a point of correction, there was no malicious intent or arrest. At the time, and by the time, all the accused, there were 7 of them, were processed. It is a lengthy process. Court time had long passed, and so the first available time for them to appear in court on a first appearance was that morning.
They were not detained overnight.
What I said, Honourable Member, is they were there overnight because of, from the time we started processing all the accused, there were 7 accused to be processed. It takes time to process them. The courts finish at a particular time. So the first available time is for them to go to court the next day. So for those reasons, yes, they were kept in custody. It's a practical issue.
The time of the member has expired.
It's fine. I didn't get my answer because the time is over. But I just wanted to tell you that they were detained overnight.
Honourable Scosa,
Thank you.
the time has expired. Can I check, honourable members, those who want to make follow-ups? Honourable Shongwe, Honourable James, Honourable Sangoni, Honourable Malem. 4 hands. The list is closed. Honourable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate. Nenkinga la yazi nenkinga ngempela. Neven lam la ilanga phandle le lamabheseni elakudala uyalibona. Lilinde nje yabantu benkinga. Kunokugula okufanayo kuwo nobaba umchune engutholayo la. Okokuthi usho lokhu bese ukuphika. Bese masukutholile ukushintsha ukuthi okay angishongo lokhu bengisho lokhu. Then when you discover ukuthi you said exactly this, you then say, no, I said this, but meaning this. One, you just said, you didn't say that clip of a video. Now listen to this, let me read this to you. I asked that everybody go to court. Because you are a team, but we asked that everybody be dressed to the knees. And they were dressed to the knees. It happened.
I didn't say that I did not address the team.
I can play you the video.
No,
it's here.
I'm saying I did not say I did not address the team.
What
when
are you saying
Honourable
about-
Nomvalo asked, I said, I do not dispute what was said. It is the context in which it was played or taken, the context, the meaning that was attached. I didn't mean that they must do something wrong. It really was me pep talking them.
But listen here, it says, I asked everybody to go to court because you are a team, but we asked that everybody be dressed to the knee, and they were dressed to the knee. You asked them to do this, and they did it.
So when we asked them to be dressed to the nines, it is important that people look the part. There's nothing worse than sloppy-looking investigators and prosecutors.
So we have you've asked them to do something and they did it.
I've asked them to dress to the nines.
Yes,
Absolutely.
and they did it. You continue asking them in the same statement, in the same sentence, that they must bring files, bawabhale, even if there's nothing in the files. They must just take it to court, fake it until.
So, in that context, I'm not disputing the words. I'm saying the context was different because what was said before and the engagements before are not there. Asidlali. Kana kababa. Ngiyaphendula
No.
ngeqiniso if
Yeah, sir.
Honorable Shoma, if you ask the witness a question and in the process of her answering, you pass a remark, it becomes unpleasant. But my assumption is that you come from the progressive perspective. And in this perspective, men should be seen to be shedding the patriarchal attitude. The fact that the witness appearing before you is a woman places an obligation on you to be seen respecting her and affirming her. But if it appears that we trample on her, it's not what we should be seen representing. That is the progressive perspective that you and I know very well. It's about affirmation of women. She may not give the answers that you want, but please.
Angixolise, Chair, but ngicabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe awuunderstandanga, Chair. Because what I'm trying to get to here is that she said these words exactly. And we did agree, Mina and I, she did ask them to do exactly what she asked here. And they did exactly that, these people. But that's lapho, because we had agreed now, just yengihlula ukuthi yana abamcuni bayafana baphika into efanayo nje. The other thing that I want Chair to help me is that ngimushe Parliament, Chair. Where do you get this law that makes you ungafuni disclose this affidavit to us? Where is the law? Umengaliphi? And Chair, through you, if possible, ukhona umthetho or awukho umthetho, can we get that affidavit? Because everything else she did say la, it needs to be part of the annexures. Last question, Chair, on follow-up is that the same thing that Ukhumalo is arrested for, breaking the law, is the same law she broke. Somewhere when indoda yakhe was being interviewed, the same thing, the similar thing happened kancane. We cannot shy away from that. Sesingayihlobisa ke sithi hayi ngibengazi in cha umthetho uphuliwe lapho. Even ngaphandle umuntu akavela hlonipha into ebalekile sixoxe nje straight ukuthi okay la kwenzeke leli phutha. So if we agree, ngicela ukuthi silithole le affidavit. Unless usinikeza umthetho ukuthi nawo umthetho, hayi ukuthi thina sivumelene ngokuthi. Uyangithola ngithi?
I do understand, Honorable Chair. If there is a regulation or provision that prohibits it, I will indicate to the evidence leader. If there's nothing that precludes it, I would have to consider that the document be made available.
Not satisfied. I just want to understand this. Did you come here leaving that affidavit behind on purpose, knowing very well that you stand on nothing that makes you go to Ishiyele?
Not at all, Honorable
So why is she?
Chair and members. I did not see the necessity of bringing that document as it is part of an ongoing investigation. You've asked. Honorable Chair.
Allow her to respond.
Okay, Chair.
You are now asking. I could blatantly say, absolutely not. I have said, I will consider whether there are legal provisions that prohibit the sharing of the document. If there is, I will make sure I communicate it. If there isn't a legal provision, I have to then consider that the document be shared.
The question is, uyishiyeleni?
Okay. Honorable James.
Thank you,
Chair,
Chair.
Chair, hayi Chair. Ngiyacela ngiyaxolisa ngiyakuhlonipha kakhulu lunga lami. You can't ukuthi ungivalele ngaphandle ngibuze question. Ukumprotector lokho Chair. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu mphathi wami. But I just want to know ukuthi uyishiye ngasiphi isizathu? Uyishiyeleni? What was the reason eyenza ukuthi niyishiye? Because it's part and parcel of the, actually it's a most important document ekuvuleni kwaleli cala. So ngibuza ukuthi nje uyishiyeleni? Ngiyaxolisa Chair.
Honorable Chair, I cannot give a different
No,
answer than
I
what
did not
gave.
say you must speak, Advocate
Thank you.
Johnson. May you please switch off your microphone. Honorable members, when you ask follow-up questions, I want to plead with you to understand that a follow-up question is a follow-up question. And we have said it many times here that we must not be opportunistic in the manner in which we ask questions. When you are given an opportunity to make a follow-up, ask the follow-up and let it end there. And let's not even debate the issues. And the time, Honorable Shongwe, that could reasonably be allocated for a follow-up has unfortunately expired. And I want you to support me in my decision that the meeting must proceed to Honorable James. I need your support.
I support you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable, Advocate Johnson, follow up with regards to the two letters. Would you agree with me that your testimony here today has been extremely inconsistent, based on the fact that you said earlier on that you have a specific person in your department that writes letters to Gauteng, and later on when you get probed on the same thing, it is found that you signed both letters on the same day with the same content, and then you say to us, oh, I remember, it slipped my mind. This has been all day, the entire day today, where you had to rectify what you said earlier on when a member comes in and asks either a follow-up question or asks a new question. It is really concerning. At this point, I didn't expect to find this. I didn't expect to find IDAC in this state that you have actually exposed today.
So, Honorable James, if I may, you are incorrect in your assertions that I sought to be untruthful. When questions were asked,
I didn't say that.
May I answer?
No, wait. Both of you wait. You know, the two of you are women. In public institutions. You are the head of IDEC. She is a member of parliament. These are the benefits of a democracy in South Africa for women. And when we walk out there, we are told how South African women do not support each other, especially black women. And when you come here, in parliamentary premises, in front of cameras, at this hour of the night, when everybody is back from work, you become so impatient with each other. You do not set a good example to young South African women. And regret this moment without telling anybody about your regrets. You can continue.
May I proceed, Chair? What I sought to do with the different questions was to clarify issues. I honestly, when we went through MK15, Honorable James, I honestly did not recall. I did not seek to bring the House under any misconception of what I did or didn't do. When the referral is made to Mr. Rapeso, I could only recall that I had written and signed the letter to Lieutenant General Sentumule. It is during a break that I asked the office, more so because Honorable Sangoni had asked for the date of the letter to Lieutenant General Sentumule. My office then sent, in addition, the letter that was written to Major General Kumalo. When I looked at it, it is as I looked at it at that time today that I saw I had, in fact, also signed the letter. That is how I was reminded. If I didn't see it and no one showed it to me, I honestly, Chair, would have maintained I had sent one letter to General Sentumule. I did not mean that to create any misconceptions about what I had done, because there's nothing to hide, Honorable James. If I did, in fact, write and sign, which I now see I have done, both those letters, there was nothing that needed to not be disclosed about those letters.
May I move, Honorable James? Okay, Honorable Sangwe.
Thanks. Thank you for the clarification, Advocate Johnson. So did you also sign the one to DNC crime detection?
Just want to remind myself, Honorable Sangoni, the two, I signed the letter to the Divisional Commissioner and to Major General Kumalo for Gauteng. Those are the two letters that were sent to me.
Okay.
As I have them, and I can show them to you on my phone.
No,
There
that's fine.
isn't a third letter that was sent to me. I can clarify if needs be, and I'm happy to revert through the evidence leader if that third letter to the DNC was in fact signed by myself.
Okay, please do, because it's got a bearing on what I was going to ask, because I was going to say, with that clarification now, do you still then stand by your evidence that you were not aware that these dockets were with the Division Inspectorate? And then, because I want to sneak in another question, I'm going to make this one question. You've gone to great pains to explain that IDEC was not behind the pursuit of General Kumalo in a nefarious manner. But would you find it acceptable if we were to make an assertion that perhaps the people who referred this matter to IDEC were behind this coordinated attack against General Kumalo?
I'm unable to comment because IDEC hasn't picked up anything to confirm that. And so what we did is what we got. And I still stand by. We were not told why the inspectorate had those dockets. And I did indicate, even Lieutenant General Sentumule, before I sent off the letter, I did call her to indicate I was sending a letter, as I've indicated I usually do. And she was also not aware, as she indicated to myself telephonically, that the document or dockets were with the inspectorate.
My last question, Chair, follow up as well. I got really worried on this issue of these media reports and people dressing to the nines, carrying empty boxes. Advocate Johnson, I asked if you were being interfered with from politicians. You said no. Would it be far-fetched for people to think that the IDEC is being used against people, especially politicians, if you are able to go to court with empty boxes, look like you have this thing happening, you're going to fake it until you make it? And I'm saying that not because I am not aware of the frustration that I think South Africans would have, the frustrations that you experience with corruption, but there's a growing trend, right? All politicians speak about state resources being used to fight political battles, and all of this is starting to look like it's part of the dysfunction within IDEC. So are you being used to fight political battles, or are you deciding to just charge people willy-nilly so that you fake it until you make it and hopefully you catch something one day?
Absolutely not. And if that was the case, there would be a hell of a lot more cases enrolled. There would be many high-profile people, politically exposed, political persons, persons in high office. We are currently criticized, Honorable Sangoni, for the lack of matters coming onto the court roll, and it is because we have to apply our minds to those matters. If there was an agenda, trust me, lots of cases can then go on the roll willy-nilly, and that does not happen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm done.
Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate, is there any arrest of high-profile politicians and the cases that you said there's overwhelming evidence that is going to happen anytime soon by IDEC? Will we be seeing any arrest of high-profile people, especially those involved in PPEs and BOSASA and those kind of things anytime soon?
So, Honorable Malema, the PPE matters are all being dealt with by the DPCI and the Specialized Commercial Crime Unit. In terms of matters that we have in our space that arise from the commissions, yes, where there is evidence, there is going to be arrests, and there are some arrests that are in the pipeline.
Any former minister who might be arrested tomorrow or this week?
I cannot comment.
There's one coming. Now, if you had violated a law when you said in the panel that employed your husband, is it not within any reasonable South Africans to go and open a case if a law is violated and not come and want to grandstand and create an impression that they've got some big scoop which is non-existent?
You put it correctly and rather eloquently.
Secondly, as lawmakers and as citizens and as law enforcement, will it not help our institutions if we don't become fanatics and that those we like are allowed to be above the law and those we don't like, they can be subjected to any form of harassment because we don't like them? You have a duty to protect the Constitution. You have a duty to protect the law. It doesn't matter whether a person is a high profile. It doesn't matter whether a person occupies strategic position in crime intelligence or NPA or anything of that sort. The principle of no one is above the law applies to all of us, including our favorites. Am I correct?
Exactly, and everyone must be equal before the law.
Thank you.
Your hand is up, Honorable Nomval.
Chair.
Can I check with you?
Yes. Let me apologize, Chair. You know, I have so much respect for you.
You are the last person to ask questions.
Yes. I know.
So,
Chair, I just want to check.
You want to make a follow-up on your line of questioning?
Yes, a follow-up, Chair.
Wait.
The advocate has said...
Wait, Honorable Nomval. May you please look at Honorable Sauls there next to you. You see him?
Yeah, I see him. I see him.
You remember he forfeited that exemption.
Yes.
So when you look at him and you look at yourself, you think it's justice that...
Point of order, Chair.
No.
That wasn't an exemption. I wasn't doing a follow-up.
Yes.
I wanted to...
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I wanted to give input, but out of respect to you,
yes.
But it wasn't a follow-up.
That's what I'm saying, because when I noted you on the list of members who wanted to do follow-ups.
But mine is the follow-up.
And
his was
unfortunately,
not a follow-up.
I did not have a floor X-ray to predict that you were going to ask on a different matter. So I'm asking you, Honorable Member, do you want to make a follow-up on your own line of questioning?
With the greatest respect, Chair. Just one question.
Is it permissible?
For my records, Chair. Through your discretion, Chairperson.
The discretion of the Chair does not agree with that.
No, but Chair, just one question. You remember, you allowed him first to make a follow-up, and you cautioned him. You said he must not do it again. And Chair, we agreed that the allocation of time must not compromise the quality of questions. I'm not just throwing a question because I enjoy the mic, Chair.
We allocated
I've got a particular interest.
We allocated you 30 minutes, Honorable Member.
So if you say I must leave here with no satisfaction, then it's fine, Chair. You are the chair. You can use your discretion. That's okay. If you are saying I must leave here having not satisfied myself
The point
with
that,
one question, which is not going to compromise anything, Chair. One question.
The point that I consistently make here is that these proceedings are not about the chairperson. It's about the respect that you accord to fellow honorable members who serve with you in this committee.
No, I didn't know, Chair, that asking for an opportunity to ask one question amounts to disrespect. I'm hearing it for the first time today.
No, look, if you feel that you are justified to ask, I can't stop you from asking. I'm going to allow you, and these fellow honorable members are the ones who will pass judgment on you. Thank you so much.
No, it's fine, Chair. Let's leave it. I will go to the advocate when we're done, because we are refusing. It's fine. Let's leave it.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We have allocated your time to ask questions, and you used your time, and I want to thank you so much for that. Senior counsel, do you have any questions that you want to ask? Just before you ask questions, I have one or two things that I want to check with IDEC. Advocate, at IDEC, do you investigate?
That is correct, Chair.
And then after investigating, you can also charge.
We can also prosecute, yes.
And then prosecute.
That is correct.
All these activities can happen in one institution.
That is correct, sir.
And then is there any legal or policy instrument you rely on to investigate, prosecute, and charge?
So we rely on the provisions of Section 28 and 29 of the NPA Act, but we are also bound in terms of the laws of evidence and constitutionality and admissible evidence by the Constitution, the Criminal Procedure Act, Honourable Chair, as well as the laws of evidence.
In terms of the South African constitutional architecture, is it not ideal to separate these functions?
Chair, where we are in terms of how the matters are being done currently, it has worked better to be able to investigate, have criminal and financial investigators allocated to those matters, as well as prosecute. Just to indicate, Honourable Chair, if you would allow me, even the then head of the DPCI, Lieutenant General Labia, actually had been engaging the NPA to say that when it comes to the other corruption matters that are being considered by the Specialized Commercial Crimes Unit together with the DPCI, he would have preferred dedicated, and he has said this, I'm sure, on other platforms, he wanted dedicated prosecutors, like what IDEC has, to be able to work in a similar methodology together with the DPCI, and to have that
I hear what you are saying. I'm just going back to the question that Honorable Ngola and Honorable Malema asked at the commencement of the proceedings about oversight. Let's look at fairness and accountability. Is it fair that you can investigate, you can charge and prosecute? The only thing that you do not do is imprisonment. Or do you also do it?
No, and we also do not convict, nor do we acquit. We then follow the normal prosecution process of placing a matter on the roll before a presiding officer. And the rules of evidence and what we present are the same as everybody else. There's nothing different that we do when we go to court.
Do you agree with me that, or would you agree with an assertion that for us to enforce accountability, we may ideally need a separation of these functions?
In terms of how we currently function, Chair, I think it is a working methodology that works. We are able to do more because of that methodology, which is prosecution-led, and other agencies are asking for the same.
But is this not a negation of conventional practice in law where you do not find yourself being a referee and a player at the same time?
From where I am, Honourable Chair, I say that there are enough checks and balances in the legal process for any allegations that have to be dealt with, be they a malicious prosecution or an investigation. And even when we take the evidence to court, if a court feels that that methodology of IDAC, the evidence that it presented, does not fulfill the standard, then the courts would adjudicate accordingly. And I think just with the recent advent of the judge for IDAC, I think that extra measure also does come into play.
Okay. Maybe the second last would be, there is a constitutional court judgment against independent newspapers where the court ruled that the fact that a classified information would have leaked does not declassify that information. If I'm in possession of a classified information and I use it to open a case against another citizen, am I not offending the law?
It depends on who you are, how you came about, and whether or not you have a right. It can be an offense to be in possession of classified information without having the requisite authority.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the information is not declassified. And there is also a judicial precedent that says, even if it might have leaked, even if you might have found yourself in possession, like when a person says, when I got to my house, I just found it underneath the door. Then I take it and open a case.
I hear what the chair is saying, and as I had indicated earlier, I do not know what documents, if one is referring to Mr. Adams, what documents he had, what the level of classification was. But on the principle, I cannot differ from yourself.
Okay. And then the last would be that, okay, let me say this. You have come here, you are not the first witness to come before. You are senior public servants or senior public officials leading different institutions. You have come here before us, before South Africans, and the things that you say, you contradict each other. You belong to the same cluster, the criminal justice cluster. And for sure, there are still others who will be coming before us who will continue to contradict each other the way you have been doing. Do you think this is good for the image of the public institutions that we seek to build?
No, Chair. It looks absolutely terrible that this is where we find ourselves, especially within the criminal justice system, because that is the biggest system, I think, other than social development that seeks to serve the public. It does not look good.
But is there an avenue within the criminal justice system to deal with these matters than to deal with them the way you have dealt with them?
I did say, Chair, that I hope that there would have been a different recourse. I do understand how this ad hoc committee or the Madlanga Commission came about. We do not know what all Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had been exposed to, what he had been informed of, whether correctly or incorrectly. One would have preferred that this not have been the path chosen, but this is the path where we find ourselves. And we have to be able to help this committee and or the Madlanga Commission be able to come up with proposals based on the things we said together with ourselves to be able to make sure that the system works better and that we don't find ourselves here. I actually think that one should look at it. It is unfortunate, but it should be a blessing in disguise. When we went on the FATF grey list, it was the same. It was a terrible thing for the country. But what it did do, Honourable Chair, is it forced us to look at ourselves, at our processes, at our measures, and it forced us to work together and look at where it got us. Sometimes you have to air these differences.
The person that we represent here as Parliament is the citizen. If the citizens were to express a sentiment that you are failing us as public servants, would you take responsibility for that?
I have to because I serve the people of the Republic. They are entitled to criticize.
If they were to say you are failing us, in your position, would you say, I take responsibility for?
I will take responsibility where I have failed, if they say I have. But I would also say to them, I've done the best I can with my circumstances, the time that I've been there, and that we should be given an opportunity to be able to continue with our work, the criticisms being taken on board, and to be able to do better. I can do no more than that.
We have not invited you here. We invited the head of the NPA. And upon reading our letter, she wrote back and said, IDEC says she wants to come to you. What is it that was so itching you that you wanted us to know as this ad hoc committee of Parliament?
Honourable Chair, I felt that some of the allegations that were being made were directed at IDEC, and I felt that as the ID, I would be best placed to deal with them, and that was the only reason I asked if I could come to the ad hoc committee. If there were no allegations made at IDEC and very particular allegations, the National Director would have well been within her powers to be able to deal with all of those issues.
So you only came to deal with the allegations?
We came to deal with the allegations that were made about IDEC, about conspiring and or maliciously dealing with the Kumalo matter and or other matters, or seeking to disrupt the work of the PKTT. There were allegations made against IDEC.
Thank you so much, SC. No, Honorable Skosana, we no longer have time. Your hand is up. No.
In terms of time, Chair, we are not happy. You are not consistent and protecting the witness. Not necessarily that we are throwing stones to the witness, but it's not fair, Chair, that if a member is asking, and others are treated different from others, I think it's a cause for concern. But I wanted just to say, our legal team, those documents, those attachments, will have been in the report, in the statement. Now we don't have. We are living here. We assume that maybe they will send it one day. We're not sure. But thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosan, the documents that you need, the head of IDEC has said that she will make those documents available. All of us here who are public representatives, and wherever we move or we go to across the country, we may be exposed to information which either the head of IDEC or the SC will not have. Like where I'm sitting now, I can produce a letter which maybe the head of IDEC has never seen it since she arrived in that, or she was appointed in that position. And I start to read the letter here. How would she have known that the letter should be part of the annexures? I think that is an unfair attack on the legal
Point of
team.
order, Chair, to you.
It's
Point of order to you, Chair, with
unwarranted.
respect, Chair. Point of order,
it's
Chair, to you.
unwarranted.
Point of order, Chair, to
Honorable
you.
members, let's make a list of the documents that we need. And there is a commitment on the part of the head of IDEC that those annexures will be made available.
Chair, point of order to you.
It's not a matter for debate. SC, may we proceed?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable members. Advocate Johnson, when one of our most senior police officers in the senior management of SAPS says quite brazenly that he has got whatever you want to call it, an informer or moles or rogue elements in your office. The same officer who also alleges that, and that is what we're investigating here, that the criminal justice system has been infiltrated, captured by certain elements, pointing fingers mainly at drug cartels. That's, if true, then it's more than a cause for concern.
That is correct. The converse is also true, that the Lieutenant General raises concerns of be it manipulation or interference, yet is unashamedly able to say, I have sources.
But what I want to ask specifically in relation to the allegation by General Nkonazi, who says that there are rogue elements in your office, why has that not been the subject of a complaint? It's either misconduct on his part, that he knows that there are people in your office who are leaking important, sensitive information relating to some or all investigations, or it is just plainly unlawful. Why has it just been left hanging in there?
It was left not so that not that it must not be dealt with. It was left so that this process, Honourable Chair, can proceed. I did indicate earlier that I will visit the issue once we are done with the ad hoc committee, so that it is important to engage General Mkhwanazi. He is the one who makes the allegation. It is important to know who those sources are and why it was necessary to have sources in IDEC.
It seems to me on a reading of the Act, Advocate Johnson, that there are two triggers for investigations by IDEC. The one is your Section 27, which is reserved for persons, us individuals, members of the public, can walk into your offices, make certain allegations, and they may be asked to depose to an affidavit, and that person will say, in terms of 27, I've got a reason to believe that a specified offence prescribed in the Act has been or is being committed. That is presumably what Adams did. And then the other route is the Section 28 route, which is reserved for the head of IDEC, for you, to, on your own, investigate a matter that may or may not constitute a specified offence. And the reason for that is, and we don't have to debate it now at this time of the evening, is because it arises from the Glenister case, which says that it's important for the head of the corruption unit, in this case, IDEC, to preserve its own operational independence and autonomy. Now, I can understand that you say it's only 27 because you don't want to be accused of being selective or biased and, in inverted commas, targeting certain people. But the whole point of 28 is that you, as the head of IDEC, must be in a position to identify, for example, where there's state capture or whatever, not to wait for an individual to walk into your office to trigger an investigation.
So the investigations are triggered by 27, and in terms of Section 28, matter unspecified can be referred by the National Director to IDEC. And those kinds of investigations have been referred, and they do get conducted.
But 28 also says that 28(1)(a), if the investigating director has reason to suspect that a specified offence has been or is being committed, or an attempt has been or is being made to commit such an offence, he or she may conduct an investigation on the matter in question, whether or not it has been reported to him or her in terms of Section 27.
That is talking to the authorization of an investigation and the instituting of the investigation, not to the intake of a matter in terms of the 27 or the referral by the National Director.
But you don't have to wait for 27 in order to institute.
The 28.1, Honourable Chair, deals with how an investigation then commences in IDEC. It means, as indicated in terms of the process, that where a document, an application is presented, Chair, IDEC, the ID applies his or her mind to whether or not there is a reasonable suspicion, and therefore then activates an investigation. But it is based on the 27 referral and the 28 referral by the National Director.
Now, much has been, in fact, for most of the day, we were discussing, debating these allegations made by Honourable Member Adams, and we considered these investigations of the 6 cases. And I pointed out to you, and you accept that without your knowledge, that the police had also conducted their own investigation, and I read to you the conclusion, which I repeat: the affidavits in the dockets are basic, and in the opinions of this office lack elements of a crime. Now, it appears to be the case, Advocate, that if you look at the charge sheet, which is next to your affidavit, that the charges against Lieutenant General Khumalo and the 6 others are not in terms of any of these charges or these charge sheets that I've just referred you to, and which has been the focus of much of what we discussed today. And these dockets were sought, asked by you, and they were returned. In fact, if you look at AJ1, which is a copy of the charge sheet, you'll see that this relates to a charge that was laid at the Brooklyn police station, and that the date of that charge was in 2025. So this affidavit that was deposed to by Adams on the 6th of January relates to this charge, the Brooklyn charge, and none of the other 6 charge sheets.
So for purposes of clarity, Honourable Chair and members, and apologies, I just have a slight irritation in my throat. We conduct the investigation, and when we seek to place persons on the court roll, we have to register a docket for that matter. Hence, you have a Brooklyn case that is registered because they are being arrested on a very specific matter. We register a docket for that matter to be processed. What happens with the dockets that we did receive from the police, they form part of our investigation and part of our evidence. But as we enroll, we register dockets for the enrollment of those matters. And that happens across the board in all the matters that we deal with, Chair.
But is there any reference in the charge sheet, the consolidated charge sheet, which is a fairly bulky document, that it is purely for purposes of securing firstly the arrest, because the arrest is made in terms not of any of these 6 dockets. They are made in terms of the Brooklyn case number. The appearance in court, when the prosecutor reads the charge, is in relation to the Brooklyn charge sheet, not any of the other charges, unless you can point out in the consolidated charge sheet that there's reference to any of these 6 dockets.
It's not referenced in the charge sheet. When evidence is led, Honourable Chair, evidence will be led on how those matters, or this matter came to IDEC, what the investigation dealt with, that is what the investigating officers would have to deal with and testify to, and if questions are raised, they would be able to explain that once that investigation was concluded, the matter was placed on the roll in terms of a Brooklyn case, which is then the IDEC matter that is placed on the court roll.
So
no reference is made in the charge sheet to the previous docket, but it will be made in terms of the evidence that will be led.
But we've, perhaps it's not a good time of the day to unravel these things. But we heard today that the matter was brought to IDEC in early November. From the affidavit made by Honourable Adams, there appeared to be some reasonable belief that it warrants further investigation, came to you on the 16th of November. You then authorized the further investigation of the matter, and then subsequently, in December, the prosecution was authorized.
The investigation
So this
was
is yes, the investigation. So the charge, in fact, was only laid at Brooklyn in early January.
No, if you look at the charge sheet,
So, yeah, the date of the appearance was 27 June, and the investigating officer is Senior Investigating Officer Padiachi.
yes, and the case, sorry, Honourable Chair, the case docket itself was registered in June of 2025 to place the accused on the roll. Because when you look on the charge sheet on the first page of AJ1, the CARES number is 542/6 of 2025, and that talks to the month in which the docket is registered for the accused to be placed on the roll, which was also then that month of June.
So, but there's no indication, and that's what I'm asking. I can't make wild assertions at this time of the day, but there's no indication that this case or case number is a consolidation, actually, of the 6 other dockets, the 6 other complaints. Because as I understand it, it's only 6 dockets because quite literally Honourable Adams appears to have been given the runaround. He registers cases in Cape Town, he has to register a case in Gauteng, he doesn't get any joy, doesn't get any feedback, and then he ends up complaining to the minister. And the minister's chief of staff writes to you and say, there are these complaints. And then the next thing, Honourable Adams is referred to IDEC, and that is when the investigation starts.
Correct.
But there's no indication in this charge sheet in relation to what is the background, if that is indeed the case, that this Brooklyn charge is a consolidation of these other complaints or charges relating to Honourable Adams.
Honourable Chair, I hear what Council is putting to me. What I'm saying is that will be led in evidence. We do not make those averments in the charge sheet. When one leads the evidence, one will talk about the genesis of the investigation, why the matter was at IDEC, what it is that IDEC investigated. That is part of what the investigator will do. Reference isn't made to those CARES numbers within the charge sheet. In the manner in which charge sheets are ordinarily done, that is not something that we do.
But with respect, Advocate Johnson, that doesn't relate to the evidence at all. In fact, that's what we're trying to do here today, is to piece all this together. What I've read to you, which you said you weren't even aware of, that the police were investigating these 6 dockets. So we know the docket numbers, we know what was in the docket, and we also know that very senior police and a legal opinion said there's no basis for us to proceed with any prosecution.
I understand the point. I'm merely indicating that IDEC then declared an investigation. We conducted investigations, and when we were ready to enroll a matter, we enrolled the matter on a CARES number for the new investigation, that is IDEC. Evidence will be led about how those matters came to IDEC, Chair. I can't take it further than that. That is the process that is followed.
And then just lastly, in relation to these charges, it is then also brought in terms of section 24(2). And if I can just read it back to you, it says, in addition, it relates to the powers, duties and functions of directors and deputy directors. And then 2 says, in addition to the powers, duties and functions conferred or imposed on or assigned to an investigating director, such an investigating director or any person authorized thereto by him or her in writing may, for the purposes of criminal prosecution, A, institute an action in any court in the Republic, and B, prosecute an appeal in any court. So, does this also mean that in addition, the prosecution had to be authorized by the DPP for Gauteng?
So what happens, what 24(2) says is that the investigating director, after consulting with the Director of Public Prosecutions, will then enroll the matter. The consultation is to inform the Director of Public Prosecutions of the matter. Hence, we send a prosecution memo setting out what it is we allege and why we want to enroll in that jurisdiction. We don't seek permission for the prosecution to proceed. We seek permission for the matter to in that jurisdiction.
I think, to be fair, that's what you said earlier this morning.
That is
when I asked you what the steps were. But you didn't mention section 24(2) specifically.
That is the section.
Thank you very much from our side, Advocate Johnson, for all the time. You must be tired, and your cooperation with us, the evidence leaders, and your appearance. Thank you very much, Chair, honourable members.
Thank you so much, SC. Thank you so much, Advocate Johnson. Honourable members, next week, on Monday, we are having a committee meeting with the ad hoc committee. So we will check with yourselves what are your travelling arrangements so that the meeting should accommodate that. Ideally, we can start meeting at 11 o'clock so that you are able to fly back to Cape Town in the afternoon. When you say which other committee do you belong to, because you belong here at the ad hoc committee? Yeah, that's what, virtual. When you say, what I hear, where I'm sitting, I hear which one. Tuesday, Advocate Badoi will be here. And then Wednesday is the medium-term budget policy statement. Parliament expects you to attend, all of you. And then we have Mr. Cedric Nkabinde on Thursday. Thursday or Friday? On Thursday and Friday next week. Yeah, so you have the program for next week. Let's meet on Monday and finalize everything for the other coming weeks. But for next week, you know your work is cut. You know the activities which are coming. Advocate, we want to thank you so much for creating time to be with us here, but also volunteering to come and join us here and contribute on how you think we can fix the problems that we have as a country. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the proceedings. Thank you so much.